online. They say we online. They gotta be blind to say we online. When we give consideration to removing red light of prostitution, we put in the whole damn country for sale. Wholesale will now become retail. When children can earn a hill figure, sex then will become the answer. You say economically we fit, morally and socially we are sick. And all of the talk about sovereignty, with the social justice in this country, we are not online. Not online. When roundabout poor man has to tread, he is not supposed to make bread. And I see your peace sign at least, but I don't see a sign of peace when you rob and kill. Firing gun at will, overcrowding Station Hill. Tell me, are we rising? Are we falling? We're not on the net. On the net. We are in the net. In the net. Are we coming? Are we going? We should say instead, we're trapped in the World Wide Web, caught up with the rest of the world. Be doing all that is wrong. Barbados at the crossroads.com. Ooh yeah! Ooh yeah! They say we online. They say we online. They gotta be blind to say we online. Cause that Newport in St. Peter, like they want their own prime minister. We encourage a social preach. One hour hearing about private beach. When you own half of the damn country, why do you ship and trade secretly? Ask yourself a serious question. Are master this really done? On racism we put on mask. We have some serious problems with class. We are not online. Not online. But mankind has to understand, man is not kind to his fellow man. Everybody around here knows all about our water woes. But we took a hose, my lord, and washed down the roads for all our Clinton limos. Imagine that. Are we rising? Are we falling? We're not on the net. On the net. We are in the net. In the net. Tell me, are we coming? Are we going? We should say instead, we're trapped in the World Wide Web, caught up with the rest of the world. Be doing all that is wrong. Barbados at the crossroads.com. Ooh yeah! Ooh yeah! They say we online. They say we online. They gotta be blind to say we online. Cause if that's where the festival going, Mayday for conga line. If I want to get more play, can I really buy a DJ? If we want the art form to grow, we must recondition our calypso. We made a direct choice for TV, but this we must monitor carefully. Cause if local programming ever done, TV can then meet on television. We are not online. Not online. When there is so much confusion, if I want to join a union, you promise this and you promise that. And so far all I got is back, but I understand this is the promised land, a haven for racket and scam. Are we rising? Are we falling? We're not on the net. On the net. We are in the net. Tell me. In the net. Are we coming? Are we going? We should say instead, we're trapped in the World Wide Web, caught up with the rest of the world. We're doing all that is wrong. Barbados at the crossroads.com. Ooh yeah! say we online. They say we online. They got to be blind to say we online. Tell me what Morgan was thinking, but that is a sign that left me wondering. Does he think he owns the country, or does he think his teeth is sleepy? If you own half of the damn country, why do you ship and trade secretly? To yourself a serious question. Our master is really done. On racism we put a mask. We have some serious problems with class. We are not online.
Not online.
Down there on the damn East Coast, there Gabby, he got the most. But tonight I know for sure, he till we get roast, they must understand. To take the top prize, your song must have some hard drive. Are we rising? Are we falling? We're not on the net because we are in the net. Are we coming? Are we going? We should say instead, be trapped in the World Wide Web, caught up with the rest of the world, be doing all that is wrong. Barbados at the crossroads don't come. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Thank you.
Loyal opposition. Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night. Listen, if you're in your house and you have a flag, please go get your flag and wave that flag. Listen, do you still sing the anthem when we play it? Do you still sing the anthem? I was singing the anthem and feeling it, man. I was feeling the anthem. Welcome to the Marcia Week Show. If you are joining us for the first time, we are coming to you live from Barbados. And we just played the national anthem of Barbados. Yes, that was the national anthem of Barbados, and this is the flag of Barbados. And we are proud. We are proud of Barbados. We are proud of our emblems. Ah, what is that? What is that? Oh, ah, there's something coming through. Can you all hear that? Let me just make sure we get that. Stop, guys. Just hang on. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Where is that coming from? Ah, we are having some. Oh, oh boy, we have a lot of things coming through. Hang on, please. I'm not sure what we're doing here. Okay, all right. 1 second. You all hear that? There's a lot coming through here. I'm not sure where it's coming from. Give us a moment. We're going to stop it now. Ah, okay. Hang on, hang on. We're voting Felicia for real, but we don't know where it's coming from. We don't know who's playing it. Dave, is that you? Let's find what it is. Ah, listen, for sure, Felicia is the one. And we going with Felicia when we had to find what is playing. But hey, that was lovely, wasn't it? That was lovely. Well, let me just say a special good night to everybody who is on tonight. And we are excited to have you. And we are on live TV, so all kinds of things happen. But we're happy to have you, Monica and Judy and Bajan Boy. And let me tell you something, Bajan Boy and Teroni. Let me tell you all tonight. At some stage, we are going to link up with the live that is coming from the DLP political meeting that is happening right there in St. James North. So they have a meeting tonight and they have some great speakers lined up. So we're going to take a time and we're going to connect with that. But I just wanna before we do that, Mr. Murray is going to come on and give us an overview of what he sees is happening in the St. James North by-election. And then we are going to go over as we go and make commentary and coming back and so on, right? But let me tell you something, guys. We are going to have a great show tonight. I hope you are ready. Philip C., Queen D, good evening to everybody. I can't call everybody's name who's joined tonight, but you're very welcome on the show. And we ask you to like and share. We have so many issues to deal with. I tell you, there are just so many. My head is going. Pedro, good night. Sandra, listen, Marcia, my namesake. We have so many issues. So many. Listen, did you all see the clip where the big man is saying that is blaming the current crime on the DLP? He said it's because all those guns. This big man says, Dave, I can't help but play it a little bit there for because some of them might not have heard it. Listen to this, people. Oh God.
Coming into office in 2018, that many of the firearms which we're now seeing on our streets today came in through our ports. Because why? Instead of the Democratic Labour Party spending money to ensure that we had the necessary protection through our ports, through the scanners, they were left idle and they were not fixed, and therefore many bits of cargo coming through our ports, both air and sea, were filled with a lot of what we're seeing now on the streets.
Did you all hear that? Did you all hear that lunacy? Did you hear the big man talking all kind of big nonsense? The big man with a small mind talking bare nonsense, big nonsense. This is crazy, but we have to come back to this. I want to hear your comments about this in the chat. But Dave, if we could go to Dr. Wickham last night. Everybody's been calling me. They want to hear Dr. Wickham again. I've got so many calls. So before Mr. Murray comes, I'm not going to talk too much. I'm going to go straight into Dr. Wickham tonight. And tonight go right in, Dave. Go right in. You're starting at the beginning of Dr. Wickham.
Candy cries in the streets at night. So many dreams born out like light. Youths them caught in a system pole, chasing shadows that take their soul. But the rhythm of hope.
Good night, St. James North, Reservoir Road, Clark's Road, Graves Road, Millionaire Road, Ashton Hall, the wider constituency of St. James North. Good night. Good night. It is a good night. Now, if you had told me a year ago that I would be speaking on a major party's political platform, I would have laughed. Politics was too nasty. And even if you speak facts, as is my custom, people would attack you. I wanted nothing to do with it at this level. It became increasingly difficult, however, for me to sit on the sidelines and pretend that all was well in Barbados. To watch people, because of fear, speak in hushed tones about what is going on in the country, warning you, be careful what you say and who you say it to. Even I, as I contemplated involvement, was strongly cautioned, be careful. You're a guy that likes to mind your own business. They will attack you. They will seek to kill your business. But I asked myself, as I thought about my children in particular, am I doing my part to help make Barbados a better place to be? Then there's my faith. As a believer in and follower of Jesus, I am required to seek the welfare of the country wherein I dwell. This land of ours, our economy, which is supposedly doing great, if you believe that assertion, while struggling to pay your bills, while struggling to put fuel in your vehicles. If you believe that assertion, this economy, they say, is doing great. But I put it to us that our society is not well. Our society, St. James North, is not well. We all have a part to play in helping to build a better Barbados, a better society, and making it a preferred place to be. We have different strengths. I can't do many of the things that you there can do. I know my limitations. I don't try to pretend to be something that I am not. There is one thing, however, that we all can do, and that is to vote. That is to vote. But can I tell you that that was the case up until January 19th, 2022. Voter turnout in the last general election, national average, was a mere 43%. 43, you heard me correctly. 57 out of every 100 persons didn't vote. Now, at first thought, you may think that they weren't interested. But national voter turnout average in the 7 prior elections between 91 and 2018 was roundabout or just over 60%. So what happened in 2022 to cause the turnout to drop so dramatically? The election was called on December 27th, 2021. Given a mere 23 days until election day, January 19th, 2022, It was called at the time of a surge in COVID. I know, I'm a practicing physician. I was seeing COVID positive patients. It was called at a time when a surge was to be expected and had already started. Let us understand that, Barbados. At the time elections were called, thousands of Barbadians were in isolation, at home and in facilities. Thousands. By 2 days after election, that number increased by 1,500. And by the following week, an additional 2,000 persons were in isolation, home and facilities. There would also have been hundreds to thousands who were recovering from the debilitating disease, meaning it leaves significant physical impacts. I might have been afraid to leave home. Let that sink in, Reservoir Road, that at the time our Prime Minister called that election, thousands were legally barred from leaving their home under threat of significant penalty. Thousands were legally barred from leaving their home under threat of significant penalty. On a day when they were legally entitled to have a say in our democracy by voting. Those were the actions. That was the action of our caring Prime Minister. And from then until now, I got a little bit more concerned, but I still didn't want to get involved because politics is nasty. I've seen it. I've heard it. But thousands were legally barred from leaving their home under threat of penalty to participate in something which they were legally entitled to do. At first glance, it would appear to be a conundrum of sorts. But how can this be? Other Caribbean countries held elections during COVID and others around the world and allowed persons who were COVID positive to vote. I'm not a lawyer, so I had to do some reading on this. I discovered that the right to vote is enshrined by provisions of the Representation of the People Act, which the Constitution mandates must make provision for every qualified voter to have a reasonable opportunity of voting in the general election. Did every qualified voter have a reasonable opportunity to vote in 2022? No, they did not. In fact, a senior official at the time said, if you have tested positive for COVID-19 and are in home in isolation or quarantine, you cannot vote. Let that sink in, Reservoir Road. Let that sink in, Ashton Hall. Let that sink in, St. James North and the wider Barbados. Yet there's nothing in our Constitution or nothing in that Representation of the People Act that bars persons from voting or causes them to become ineligible because of COVID. In fact, it is further expressed, it is further enshrined in the Representation of the People's Act that states of emergency provide grounds on which the calling of elections can be postponed. Some say it was a brilliant political move on the part of the Prime Minister. I saw it then differently, and I still see it differently. A government that said it cares didn't see it fit for every qualified voter to have a chance to participate in our democracy. It was selfish, self-serving, and an abject abuse of power on the part of our Prime Minister. Consultations could easily have occurred with the Chief Medical Officer to put provisions in place. The elections were called 16 months before being constitutionally due, with a further 90 days. 16 months. Thousands of Barbadians, and let this sink in, thousands of Barbadians were knowingly disenfranchised. That is, they had their right to vote and participate in the political process deliberately stripped from them by the Prime Minister and the Barbados Labour Party, who supposedly care, and they must have known that that was going to be a consequence. They must have known. There is no right more fundamental in a democracy than the right to vote. Even more so than free speech, the right to vote and participate in that democracy. It was politically advantageous to her to do it, and she did it without regard for those being disenfranchised. Now, it is often said that Bajans have short memory. But Reservoir Road, Ashton Hall, St. James North, you will not forget what the Barbados Labour Party did. Now, part of the rationale for calling that election at the time, well before it was constitutionally due, and at a time of a COVID surge, knowingly disenfranchising thousands, part of the rationale given was that we needed to unite as a country behind one leader. That there were difficult decisions to make. We have since seen many of those difficult decisions. The Holtong Civic Center, the land at Gemmett's Lane, BDF headquarters on the chopping block, Oystins, Gibbs Gully in this constituency. We have seen these difficult decisions where the views, the concerns of Barbadians is secondary to other interests. You may be asking, why should I vote? And I'm wearing this hat, which I like not so much as a party hat, which it is, but because on it, it says, value your vote. Why should I vote? What does any of what I said before have to do with my challenges, with my life right now? Does it make a difference? Aren't all politicians the same? I understand these legitimate concerns, and for a time, I thought this way as well. But then I realized that not voting is a form of voting that will influence the outcome. An outcome where you are more likely to have a representative that forgets their primary role is to represent you, the people, not their leader. Everything else is secondary, or at least it should be. Now, do we really believe, let's be frank here, do we really believe that the government's candidate will cross hairs with the Prime Minister and his party if a matter arises where the wishes, the concerns, the well-being of the constituents is at odds with government preferences? Do we really think he's going to do that and represent you, St. James North? We all know the answer is no. He will not. And the reason is simple. He and the lot of them are absolutely afraid of their leader. And I challenge any of them to take a lie detector test while saying otherwise. They're afraid. In fact, I would go further. They have decided that carrot is better than stick. $20,000 to $22,000 a month is better than being in the political wilderness or the Prime Minister's doghouse. And on many occasions have chosen to put party interests ahead of the interests of the constituents that they represent. Now, during canvassing, and I've had opportunity over the last couple of weeks to canvass on a number of occasions in the constituency, we were made of a situation where the former representative was approached by residents in a particular matter. And he had the unmitigated goal to inform them that he couldn't help them in that matter because he has a financial interest in it with the developer. Imagine
let's
that.
pause right there. Let's pause right there. Let's take a pause right there. Thank you, Dave. Let's take a pause right there. It's 7:30. Listen, we want to. I know people want to hear this some more. I believe he's going to be speaking again tonight, so we will we will hear some more of this non-political. What is it? He's not a politician, and I think that is why people are connecting with this so much. But let's welcome Mr. GLYNE Murray tonight. He is a former senator. You know, and I mean, he has worked in so many areas of government. I was sitting today, Mr. Murray, this morning actually, and thinking about how blessed we are to have someone like yourself. You know, Miss McCLEAN, you come on every night, each on Sunday nights is your night, and you teach us, and you inspire us, sir. And I heard someone sent me something that they heard on Brass Tack. Somebody said, well, what is even Mr. Murray doing these days? And I heard that Mr. Ellis was able to tell them, Mr. Murray, you talking about that 81-year-old Mr. Murray? Mr.
82,
Murray,
please. 80, almost 82, please.
82, almost
Oh.
82, which we need to celebrate. And Mr. Murray gives some great presentations on the Marcia Week show. And when I read that, I felt so proud, and I felt happy, and I felt blessed that you could have chosen this place, or God chose this place for you to share with Barbados. Sir, we honor you and we thank you for the sacrifice.
or quite unexpected, and thank you very much. Like they say, as they say, I'm not getting my flowers while I can hear them. I smell them.
No, but I sent that to you in the week, and I almost had a little tear when I read it. I sent it to you, yes.
Well,
So,
I'm glad that people are appreciating your show more than even me, because I want your show to grow rather than me. To me, I'm just performing a role. So I'm incidental to your show, to the process. So, but thanks for the commendation, and I hope that brings more support for your show from others. But
Mr. Murray, before you jump into your topic, I mean, the elephant is in the room. This Dr. Wickham, Elvis Wickham, had you ever heard of him before in politics?
But you interrupted me. I was just about to say, I was about to say I had seen him making some comments on the DLP TV. All right, but seeing him in this element, he's a natural. He's a natural speaker, presenter. He would do well if he decides to go into politics. He would do well. But he's a natural. I'm quite impressed by his approach, by his knowledge, by his oratory. I wonder if he said he's a Christian. I wonder if he's also a preacher, because he has a natural delivery that flows and whatnot. So, but whatever it is, I don't know if you have the saying in Jamaica, but in Barbados I was saying, sir, if the Lord send it and the devil bring it, you just take it. If the Lord send it and the devil bring it, you take it. Because the important is what the Lord has said. So whatever reason he's here for, the point is, let's see him for what is what he's making. He's made an impact on me in this aspect. He would make a good impact on the whole country. So I hope to hear more of him. I will now seek to. The truth is, he's the best thing I've heard in the campaign so far. Seriously, organized, strong, flowing with this topic. He's the best thing I've heard on. I heard one or two in the campaign in general. I think he's the most forceful I've seen so far, and I'm impressed. In other words,
and you have been watching both campaigns
as much as I can. Yes, I have been. Yeah. So, but I think you started the show off with a very strong footing tonight. I hope we can only grow from there on.
Yes, sir. So, well, let me let you go into your topic, because at a certain time we have to switch over to the DLP political meeting. Go right ahead, sir.
My topic is entitled SJN, St. James North, last lap, vital to results. So, because we are just about 2 full days left pre-election left the polling day, which is Wednesday. And a great deal of heavy lifting has been done by both parties and other participants. Both parties, also the independents. I want to welcome them and commend them for their courage and for their willingness to come to the fore with very limited limitation and resources. And we should all welcome them in the spirit of democracy and give them whatever encouragement and assistance we can in any way possible. a lot has been happening, especially since nomination day, the campaigning, when the candidates really became official.
Yeah, and the independent candidates. Don't forget the two independent candidates.
The not only the candidates of the parties, but the independent candidates, which I mentioned earlier. Once they went through successful nomination process of nomination, they then became official candidates for the election. And this has been followed by an intensification of campaigning of various types, by door-to-door campaigning, by the candidates themselves or by the supporters. All that's what is called retail marketing. Retail marketing is meant to give you a closer contact between the politician and the constituents and the people, as against what's happening on a platform or a national scale. So that is why it's so important to do retail marketing, door-to-door canvassing, and you get to know the people. They get people to know you. They test you. They challenge you. You get insulted. You get praise. But that is the real world. And there are some people who are a little skittish about that part of campaign because they don't like to feel rejected. They don't like to be challenged. And there are some people who reject you, but then good politicians are able to even either neutralize them or woo them to their cause by the way they deal with the challenge. So it's nothing to run away from. It builds you, it provides you, it toughens you. It's a good practice for any potential candidate. So then there's the big national campaigns, and I like to see that so far the two major parties seem to have. I think these are the fewest national campaigns I've seen. There used to be a big campaign, it's called national. Then there'd be spot meetings, and then there'd be smaller campaigns. But we used to see more national campaigns as what we are seeing tonight in Western. Where's the DLPs tonight? I didn't get where they are tonight.
I will tell you.
Okay.
I'll tell you.
Okay.
Sir.
So there used to be a big, but they seem for whatever reasons, maybe it's the weather, maybe because the national meeting often give you a chance to test the waters to see where your support is if you're trying to cross it. So somehow there seems to have been a reduction, and they're doing more and more to door canvas. Or maybe it's on the part of say if I talk about the BFP, maybe to have more national meeting with to bring national issues into the campaign. You see, what if you bring the Minister of Housing, Minister of Water Resources, and talk that might make the campaign more national. It might be more of a referendum on the whole government, which is what normally happens in a by-election. But if you narrow it to door-to-door canvassing, spot meetings, reduced meetings, you reduce the interaction of the national figures, right? That reduces the impact, and you try to control the narrative by controlling the person who say what you want and not about it nationally. So that's probably the reason on the part of the government for the DLP. Maybe it's just lack of resources. If you look at the quality, the material quality of campaigns, the BLP has far outstripped them in the material, and the numbers and obvious money spent on their campaign. And so maybe that is also an inhibition, because mounting a campaign, mounting a meeting, whether it be a spot meeting, a drive-through, or a national meeting, involves costs, transportation. You have to pay for the equipment, and there was a time when politicking in Barbados used to be people did most things for free. When there used to be a time in campaign when only people who work on election day in the polling booths, etc., were paid. No, it's an industry. From the time there's an election here, people come to the parties, and most of them have to be paid for most things, to staff envelopes, to make phone calls, etc. So it's the whole materialism of it has become much more important, more demanding on your resources than before. So when you see the posters and the T-shirts and whatnot, that's all part of the campaign. And in the campaign, we talk about the underground and on the platform. On the platform where the people speak, it's a more controlled message. It has more respect for truth and accuracy. than what happens on the ground. On the ground is where the gossip, the rumor, the lies, the distortion of facts, where people name get talked, lies get told, because and that has been supplemented years by the social media, where paid so-called influencers, many at the expense of taxpayers, are actually paid to give a lot of misinformation and disinformation for the benefit of the government. To me, that is one of the saddest parts of the development of Barbados politics, made possible by again. Remember, we talked about the advantage of incumbency. That's the advantage government has. It has money, it has resources where it can twist and take from one part to use it for their campaign. That's all part of their campaign, and that is wrong. And I think, therefore, that that's something we should look at in the future. But as the campaign is going out, remember I talked about earlier last week how you'll try to peak at about 2 or 3 days of campaign. I think the mere fact that BIP has chosen to go to Western, which is one of their strong stomping grounds, with some of the more national speakers rather than local speakers and youth and whatnot, that is an indication that they're trying to up the ante, generate more dynamism, more interest, more zeal, more enthusiasm, more commitment, more excitement at Western. To the point where they made sure, I'm told, they made sure they paved the road around Western, the area around Western, which had been abandoned for many years. They did it on Friday, I'm told. So that's all part of trying to get the best out of your stomping grounds. Because parties normally have favorite spots. And what you do at the start of a campaign, a good manager, right, as soon as you know a campaign in the area, you sit down and work out the 2 main meetings: your first meeting, your opening meeting, and your closing meeting. And you may appear for those 2 spots and some in between. And to make sure that where you want to be, you are for your, because that's your stomping ground, that's your traditional ground, that's where people come. And that means a lot to the dynamics of the meeting, the people's attendance, to the whole feature, and as they say, the vibes of the meeting. So that those things are important. So I'm seeing a change now where, like I said, they're trying to peak tonight. Tonight being Sunday, you got tonight, you peak tonight Sunday with the expectation and the hope that any extra momentum generated we run into Monday and to Tuesday and be ready for it pulling there on Wednesday. In the meantime, you can expect people will be going back into constituencies in areas where they have been before to boost up, to try to take any slippage, to correct any slippage, to make up for any loss, just to keep the momentum that will last them to election there, with the hope that they will get an even higher turnout than they have been getting in the past 3 elections in St. James North. What I noticed from the campaign so far is that I have not seen or heard much of Mr. Hinkson. I have not seen much from him on the platform as I would have expected, as a man who's been there for 3 straight terms, who's supposed to be so successful. You would think he would have more of a greater story to tell. But my information is that some of that has been cut back because they have been on the ground receiving from very harsh criticism of his performance as an MP. It's not as stellar as you heard in the House of Assembly when he's bare picture. So I think that he has been reduced. He's not as prominent in the campaign I would have hoped to be. I mean, he's not dead. He's not away. Therefore, he's handing over the baton in another way to Chad in the public eye. So that is something I think that's part of the dynamics that have gone on. But even as we get here and we enter the last lap of the campaigning, it has to be understood that elections are won on election day. Not on the campaign, not on election day, not the slogan, the t-shirts, the music, right? Elections are won on election day because that is when all that you have been doing, all that has been done so far, I hope it's to be heard, is to get people to come out and vote for the party, for the candidate. And therefore that is the primary object of election day, to get people out. And a well-organized campaign, especially if you utilize as I hope, I mean, it was basic. It's a by-election in a constituency. Each constituency should have a branch, and that each branch for each party should be the basis of trying to pinpoint or know where your support is, where to go for it, when they want you to be picked up, etc. Otherwise, you may have great public meetings, people attending, cheering you on, but how do you then translate that into actual delivering in the polls, at the polls, which is the main thing. So that is crucial. That you not only that, I think there are 8,500 voters on this on the list for this election. I think there are some like 7 polling stations and 18 polling boxes, right? 18 polling boxes. Each box represents each box represents a set of voters in a particular area or areas combined. The point is that a good campaign manager or a good campaign team will make sure that, and these are very important, that each box has its what is called box captains, people who are supposed to know the boxes and the people who should go in that box backwards of 30, so that as the law allows, there are certain persons who are allowed by law to go and carry out their function on behalf of candidates within the polling station. And our system allows that a good candidate or agents will periodically go to the polling station to check on how the flow is coming. If my box is up the hill, what kind of turnout? Is it strong? Is it weak? So those are right. So that's why it is important to know your box captains. They know the ground territory. They know the people in each road, in each gap, in each house. They get to know who needs a wheelchair, who needs a walker, who needs to be picked up at the bus stop. Especially if the rain falls. If the rain falls, that makes a lot. That puts a whole different spin and operation of all the arrangements you have made. Because there's some people who don't want to catch a cold. If you left to get wet, they catch cold, they might not be reluctant to come out. They might love you and your party to the death, but they don't intend to catch a cold or get wet. Some people feel that if the rain, from my experience, some people tell me that if the rain falls and they're delayed, they say that may be a sign from the Lord that they don't want you to go no vote. So no, they're all kind. You're dealing with human behavior. Politics is about human. Trying to manage the human behavior to your advantage. So these are the kind of things that can happen. Then you have to accommodate persons. There's accommodation. The law allows for a person who are disabled. The person who cannot read or write. There's a euphemism in Barbadian politics. If you're working in a polling station or you're talking to somebody, if you're voting, you tell them, but my eyes cloudy. Especially and my eyes cloudy is a way of saying, I am not so good at reading and writing, and therefore I need a sense. They're not going to come to the point and say, well, I'm illiterate, I can't read. They'll say, my eyes closed, they can't see so good. So that is a signal to know that you have to make provision. And the law provides that each person can only assist 2 people in voting in a day, only 2 persons, right? And they have to be there, but they have to pass certain criteria to do that. But that's allowed. But what is also important is that all of these arrangements for the collection of should start. The polling stations open at 6. Plans should have been made by all persons concerned for the persons who are working for them in the polling stations to be at the polling station by no later than 5:30. If they're coming on their own, call the station open your own, you get brief, you ask any question to make sure all the conditions are met, you're right, etc. At least by 5:30, 5:45, it should be there. Should not be, because that's part of the process. It should be there from the very beginning. So all that should have been arranged down to detail. Who to pick you up, who knows to go where. All that is and not only detailed planning, detailed costs. Those workers have to be paid. The people who are driving the taxis generally have to be paid. Have to put gas in their car. Because election is a very, very, very expensive. In fact, most parties have a separate election in their budget, apart from anything else. So that planning, down to the smallest detail, is very important. Sometimes somebody might be working and they want to get off from work to come home, because the law says that they must get at least an hour to go and vote, right? So the law mandates employers to allow them the time to go and vote. Some people might, just to make sure they get to vote, might want to be picked up by the bus stand at a corner by a church in order to get to the poll by 6 o'clock. So all those details are crucial to be known and acted upon and followed upon. Otherwise, it weakens the strength of the campaign. It weakens your ability to go out your vote and use them to your advantage. So an election is a very hectic. Starts early. It's very time consuming. There's a lot of stress involved. Things will go wrong. You have to have a raise, but if there are issues that because there are certain both the representation of people are called the Election Offences and Controversies Act. It is about things like you should not congregate within 100 yards of the polling station. You should not wear any material within 100 yards or going to vote. No rum shop should be open in that constituency. You can't what they call treat people, do things to induce them by alcohol or money. So there's a lot of law at work that people who are working on behalf of the candidate should be aware of, so that if they see any infringement or if they're suspicious, they should be able to call the candidate or elector to report them, and then let those people within the election house, because they're all trained professionals to run elections. That should be drawn to their attention and let it be investigated to make sure that the law is not disregarded or broken or disrespected or whatever. So these are things that have to give the insight as to the energy and the demands of. Don't forget, many people might have been at polygamy the night before, or did late canvassing, which is supposed to cease at midnight on Tuesday. Then they have to get home, get back, go to the campaign, then they have to get back here 5:30, 6 o'clock. So it is important that those people be well catered for, that they have breakfast, that provision made for their lunch, that they can be relieved, persons go to relief, right? All this is done, and once these persons are cleared by the Electoral Boundaries Commission, have their declaration of secrecy, which allows them to access the polling station. All that is allowable, but it has to be planned. Otherwise, a lot of confusion can come. Like, for example, there should be no loudspeakers, music, loud behavior, unseemly behavior, fighting can within 100 yards, especially within 100 yards of a polling station. So that people, not only the election worker, but the public themselves should be aware of these. It is only if the public are aware of these things and report them that we can begin to get some action on the infringements that we know have been taking place in politics, where, especially on election day, when people are treated with money and all kind of things. But I remember there were reports one time that it was noticed, but there's never been any investigation. And the law is there to protect it. And if we continue to refuse to protect the system will become more further contaminated. So I would suggest that all persons be fully briefed. They should have already been trained, both by the parties, as to what their responsibilities are, how to conduct themselves, what their duties are etc., to contribute to the wholesomeness of the campaign and their election results. So these are important things that need to be followed through, and that posters. All this talk about posters. Posters are supposed to be done by midnight before it goes into election day. There should be none on these polls at all during election day. As a matter of fact, I remember Leighton Powell used to, during the election campaigns, put out notices discouraging it because it said it poses a threat to the safety of their workers when they have to claim the polls, or the polls on which the posters are placed belong to Leighton Powell, largely. So it's their property, and they say it endangers their work, but who have to claim the poll to carry out their duties on electoral, and it's a risk, and they try to discourage it very, 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 very strongly. In addition, the importance of, I know there's been some talk. Well, I'm not sure if you get a chance to talk about later on the voting, the meeting spots. Like I said earlier, these are normally done well, and the government normally has the advantage of incumbency. They can call it, it's the base. When you go to the police, it's the first come, first serve, right? So you go, they can tie off, and then if they're tied off, the police can intervene and negotiate to release it, etc. But a good plan campaign would, like I say, pick out is opening meeting and its final meeting, which are supposed to control the dynamism. And this is important because I remember in 1976, when the Democratic Labour Party was still in government, the Barbados Labour Party had for many years used to have its launching meeting down in what's the Lower Green, the area across from between court. There's where the bus stand used to be, between Courts and St. Mary's and Jubilee Garden. That used to be this humping ground with the BLP. And in 1976, the BLP applied and were told that that they were too late. They was going to the BLP. But a good prime minister, a good care, you always have a backup. He'd already, as a professional, made application to use Carolyn Car Park, which then became the stomping ground for the BLP. In the same way that the DLP used to use Independence Square as their hunting ground, their stomping ground. So and they're psychologically important, where people feel it's a whole question about territory. This is my territory, this belongs to us, and it helps to give people a sense of belonging and participation and involvement in the whole election process. So I think that we are on prime for a good and interesting election. I have nobody's reported to me any great enthusiasm out there. That's because sometimes the election is so good, it's so dynamic, so enthralling within the country, it spreads to the rest of the society, the rest of the country. And this is one of the quietest, most subdued, most lackluster I've seen so far. I don't know if it represents a continuation of the vote apathy that has been creeping in based on turnout and voting alone that has been steadily growing in Barbados, and whether this is a further acceleration of it. And the numbers this time should help to tell a story not only of who the victors, how well they did, who the losers were, who the independents, the independents did, but also how the country feels about the government, what the turnout is like. Because we are all into the next election mode already, and those readings are important. It's a pity that we don't have polls, reputable, reliable polls, because the last polls, I disregarded polls in Barbados since 2013. When one poll brought two polls in 2 different days with 2 different results. I discarded polling. That made a mockery.
What's the name of this? The Wickham polls. What it's called again?
Cadres.
Oh my Lord, that is a bogus thing.
I know. I no longer had regard for what that comes out of that institution and what comes out of Mr. Wickham's so-called analysis. That I know polls have not been as reliable across the world as they have been, but when you can bring 2 different polls, even a telephone poll cannot a proper telephone poll. Because polls are structured by even what is a so-called random poll. It's not that you are randomly ask person. Even though it's random, you look for a person whose age, education, where you live, type of work you do, and then you look for a random person to fit those criteria. So therefore it's a pity we don't have that to help us. But we have to see how people vote with their feet and vote with their pens tomorrow. So on Wednesday, I look forward to the rest of the campaign. I look forward to enjoying it and observing it for whatever it's worth.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Murray. And, I was there taking some notes, although, I'm not running a party, but I'm sure if the independents are watching, if this is all new to you guys, this is a good segment that you should watch and rewatch, because it is going to give you a lot of knowledge on what to do on election day and the last couple of days leading up to election, how you prepare yourself. I didn't even realize so much preparation that needs to go in. I'm hoping that others that are watching from either the DLP or BLP might be a refresher for you. But this is valuable information that we are getting here tonight. Now, we are going to, what we're going to do, the audience is asking for the rest of Dr. Elvis Wickham's speech. And, I think that apart from the fact that the speech is, very well put together. And I've heard they have some good speeches, some other good speeches as well. But I think that it is because he's speaking, he's one of us then. I think that is there is a freshness to it, in my opinion. Why? And that's part of the reason. And as Mr. Morris says, well put together. But he's saying the things that we are saying, and he's saying it. He's putting the emphasis. I was saying to Dave on things that matter to us, and he's speaking as one of us. So if Dave could get ready to let us listen to the remainder of Dr. Wickham's speech. And while we're doing that, we are keeping an eye on what is happening over there on Zion Hill. That is where we're going to hear some of the new speeches tonight and hear Dr. Wickham's speech tonight. He's going to give another speech tonight. We're going to hear that speech tonight that he's going to give at Zion Hill. Okay? Now, we're going to ask everybody to like and to share. Take a moment. Please, if you have not done that, share this in WhatsApp groups, guys. Share this in WhatsApp groups. And share this on Facebook. Share it wherever you have people. Pause right now and share. Pause and like. Pause and subscribe. Okay? Take a moment and do that. Do that, please. Right? Take a moment and do that. Very, very important. And while you're doing that, I want to ask the over 800 of you that are watching right now, what have you done with your $300? I would like to know. Did you collect the $300? Is it finished as yet? What about that $300, which I happen to believe, I know Mr. Murray might say is hocus pocus, but I happen to believe there's a spiritual significance of that $300. You understand? Because we're coming up to this 7-year covenant, right? These are my beliefs. I believe there is a connection, a spiritual connection to this solidarity money that is being going on. But we will take that up another evening. I just want to put it in your head so we can have a discussion and you can tell me, is it conspiracy? Is it hocus pocus that I'm talking about? Or do you think there's some merit in what I'm saying? But let's go to, I think you would have liked and shared already. So let's go now to Dr. Wickham. Let's go back to him. Go ahead, Dave. Over to you.
Imagine that. We visited another constituent who was at their location for decades, only for in the last 3 years, a hotel be given permission during their construction to put their garbage dump right next to her house. Not 20 feet away, 50 feet away, I mean right next to her house. She would step out of her house, open the door. In fact, you don't even have to open the door. The stench was horrible. And on one occasion, it was mentioned that when the door was open, big rat flew out of the garbage into the house. This is the Barbados that we live in today, where big business and other interests, their concerns, take priority over the average man, who for many on that side lack pedigree, because they like talking about pedigree. We'll come back to that. Bloodline politics. We as constituents in this country seem to exist only for the purpose of empowering those that they believe have some divine bloodline right to ascend to office in parliament. There's a saying, and I particularly like it, When a man tells you who he is, believe him. When a person shows you who they are, believe him. This Barbados Labour Party has shown us who they are. Believe them. They have shown you St. James North, Reservoir Road. They have represented you. Sorry, I apologize. They have been your duly elected representatives, because that is very different from representing you. They have been the duly elected representatives for the past 34 years, 3 months, and 3 days. And now all of a sudden, on the eve of a by-election, they're running through the constituency, pretending to care about your concerns. Can I further let you know that during those 34 plus years, they were in government for 21. A significant majority of that time, including the past 7 consecutively. They have shown you who they are. Yet in this very street and throughout this constituency, we can see roads that are in dire need of repair, dire need for street lighting. And all of a sudden, Minister of Transport and Works promising lights. Minister of Transport and Works promising fields for the children to play on, promising for roads to be fixed on. While letting you know, by the way, that when any more special than anybody else. When in a priority, we have a government, we have to make sure we allocate resources reasonably, fairly. And that statement may be true, but 34 years, 21 in government, yet the state of the constituency is where it is, under their stewardship. They now have to do, or are now doing studies in Trent to help address the flooding down there. Their candidate says he was in the constituency for the past year. He had a head start. Not our words, their words. His words. He had a head start. A whole year, but yet only now realized their concerns for the constituency that he was courting. Only now realizing. Are we to believe that during that year, no constituents shared their concerns? No constituents said anything? Are we to believe that? Of course they did. But there was no election at the time. So why bother? And this is part of why people have little trust in politicians. They say that they will come and promise you the world, anything to get your vote. And within hours, their priorities, their concerns are different. You may get the occasional phone call wishing you happy birthday, but after that, see you in 5 years' time. Wow. I am a person that likes to be very careful with my words. I stand here tonight with a clear conscience, having observed Felicia Dujon for the past few years and gotten close to her in the past few weeks. I stand before you tonight with a clear conscience, knowing that I can recommend her to you to become your duly elected representative next Wednesday, May 21st. And I can do that because this is what representing people is what she has been doing. She didn't wake up one morning on the eve of by-election and decide to start representing people and do photo ops throughout the community. This is her life. The record is there. It is easy to prove it. We're not making this stuff up. She has been a tireless advocate for children, women, teachers, advocating for better plans, school plans for our children and teachers, represented women. And that's not only my word. Don't take only my word for it. She's just received a number of awards, has been an advisor to the British Embassy here in Barbados, to the OAS. I don't have to come out here alive. I do not have to make up a
pause right there, Dave. Let's pause right there, Dave. Take a pause right there. You know, Mr. Murray, I wanted us to make a quick comment on something that I noted. He had some specific like Mr. John as well, but the way he did it though, specific issues that he saw in the constituency. One being that it's alleged, and that has come to my attention, where constituents have said to me that they had an issue in the constituency with a development. There was a development of this, high-story hotel, and they went to their representative, and the representative told them, this is the allegation, that the representative, who is Mr. Hinkson, told them that, guess what? I can't help you because I have a financial interest in the development, the high-story hotel development. They had to go and get somebody else because he told them he was clear according to the allegations, and I hear it being repeated here. Yeah,
Marcia, I think that financial interest, from what I recall, I read it. I saw it, I heard it, I read it, was that I think there was a brochure going around publicizing the development, market development, condos or something like that. And they said that his name was mentioned as the kind of preferred legal rights that you should go if you want to buy or sell or be part of the project. He was recommended as the preferred lawyer to go to. I think that is where the financial. I remember I read it. I saw a document. I saw a brochure going with that effect. But that is where the financial interest would have been concerned. I hear you remember last time we talked about how nobody was on either side representing cogent, well-structured. He has done it admirably well so far.
Yes, and
he
has done it, and then he went on, and see, I can relate the things that he's talking about. He went on then after, when you think that he is a representative for the people of St. James North, and if this is really what he said, I did see the brochure with Mr. Hinkson name there, and so that's something that he would have to come and clarify. Why was his name there? That is an indictment, really, against this representative of the community, and probably explains why he's not on the campaign trail for the BLP. But then this man went on to talk about the garbage. They created a garbage dump beside this constituent's home, where the stench is killing this person, and a rat run into the person's home. That means this man has been walking the constituency of St. James North, and he would recognize and document what he has seen there, Mr. Murray.
I am told from even some within people who have been canvassing for Mr. Blackman, that there ran into instances where constituents allegedly complained and reported that they did not quite, that Mr. Hinkson as a representative was very off the cuff, brusque and dismissive, and how you dealt with them. And they did not always get even in basic communication, they don't always get the best chance to explain themselves. So maybe all of that and what is being portrayed is being fed into why, like you said, he's not up front in the center and being able to play a more leading role in this whole campaign.
Yeah, and then when you listen to Mr. Wickham and how he is representing, how he's presenting Miss Dujon as a strong advocate. He did, he basically showed us the lack of representation in St. James North, and then he showed Miss Dujon as a strong representative and a strong advocate.
Giving specifics that people read about her, I can't recall, and make linkages is convincing. When he does that call, oh yeah, that's right, she said that, you did that. You're making that. But when you leave it generally as empowering or a vague, it does not satisfy the human mind. It's not as impactful as because he's giving detailed, step by step, specific instances to supplement his general argument.
Yes, he's making an argument. And the last thing I'll say before we go back to him is that he also said that the only time that they would hear from him which you hear this throughout the constituency. It's when it's on their birthday, but that he is poor and that a lot of people said he's rude. I remember even the lady who fell in the well, she said that he told her, well, you know, at least you didn't die, according to her. This is what you didn't die, and you got a job. Didn't you get a job? And he did not take care of her. So they're all about, I mean, everybody is saying that this man is a poor representative. And here he is contrasting Mr. John, who we all know is such a strong advocate for people. But we probably should go into a little bit more of
just one quick. He's making such a powerful argument that this should have been on the platform night after night in every area, saying either by him or some speaking the fact, reinforcing and convincing. I'm surprised it came so late.
Yeah, well, I mean, I could understand why he came so late, because remember, he is not as far as we know, he's not a candidate.
No,
or he's not a you know,
when I said
politics.
I meant the argument that he's making should be made from the start of the campaign, night after night, and prosecute the BLP and Mr. Blackman and Mr. Hinkson all over the constituency. More reinforce that. That's all. And that's all I would recommend.
Okay, well, let's and I do know that Mr. Jean is, you know, it matters to her. So she talked about the community center, and she did talk about the farming and so on and so forth. So you know, to bring a balance to that, because Mr. Jean herself has been doing that. But let's go on a bit more, Miss Dave.
The OAS. I don't have to come out here and lie. I do not have to make up a curriculum vitae. This is who Felicia Dujon is. In fact, she's the only candidate in this election that has a clear record of representing people.
Wow. Pause there, Dave, because that is brilliant right there. Now he's moved from Hinkson and he's gone to he's now comparing her to big man. He called himself a big man, so I'm using that term. To Chad Blackman, Mr. Murray, this is brilliant.
That's what he said. And when I talked about my disappointment was being said, I'm not saying Mrs. Dujon hasn't been represented. I said the whole campaign, not only her or him, there should be people who say this all over and reinforce it, and because part of the narrative on the ground about Miss Dujon or the failures, the deficiencies of Miss Hinkson. That's all I'm saying. It should be. It's so convincing, so obvious.
To see what he said, and it is true. Everybody stop and reflect. Just reflect on Mr. John, what we know of Mr. John, where they're locking Mr. John out of schools, okay? And not just that, but the human rights stuff that she's done. I remember when I just met Mr. John and I was trying to figure out, who is this person? Is she really for real? And this white Barbadian said to me, she called me and she said, Marcia, this woman, you see this woman here, Mr. John? I remember her representing some people in the Rastafari community. And I thought to myself, this woman is really, really very, very sincere in what she's saying. And she could recount the speech that Mr. John made. And Mr. John doesn't know her, no. And she's a white Barbadian. And she came, and that really, you know, allayed my fears, really, because I like to, you know, Mr. Murray, try to figure out, who am I dealing with? Is this person real? And this had to do with when the abuse that happened to the children, when the sex test was presented to them.
The IADB survey.
Yes, and when that survey was presented to them, and think about who she's running against. Who did he represent? Who did he advocate for? Pause and think about that, Barbados. Compare her with Mr. Chad Blackman. When did we hear that Chad Blackman was an advocate for anybody, any group of people?
Marcia, can I seize it? I wanted to say this ever since. We have heard much said about, or much ado being made about Mr. Blackman's international exposure and experience. In fact, Mr. Blackman over the last couple of years has been talking about his international diplomacy, as though it's some airy-fairy scientific special thing. Diplomacy is about representing your country abroad. That is all it is. So when you talk about international, all diplomacy is international, basically, how you represent the country abroad. But I have not heard about his track record. I have not heard in the same way Dr. Wickham can talk about specific things that Ms. Dujon has been doing consistently over the years. I am yet to hear anybody enumerate, specify anything achievement by Mr. Blackman abroad. Give me his, let me say, show me some detailed examples of the brilliant work that he's supposed to have done on behalf of Barbados. Signing a document is not an achievement. AI can do that for you now. But I'm saying there's no evidence of a track record of achievement. Okay, I'll go now. He was in the Ministry of Economic Affairs. Economic affairs is largely a talk shop, you know.
Correct.
You go and meet potential investors, you talk, you sell. It's a salesmanship. It's a salesmanship for your country in the economy. But it's not specific and detailed and thing. So you meet, you go to lunch, you travel, you go to conferences, you export bar, that's why it is. So to do that, nothing was invented.
You know,
go ahead.
You know, I'm gonna let's pause there and let's go back to this gentleman here, because this is a class act here, Mr. Murray. Continue, Dave. Thank you for those comments, though. Go ahead, Dave.
She does not have to pretend. She does not have to pretend. It comes natural. She doesn't have to pretend to know how to play cricket. Comes natural. That is who Felicia Dujon is. And the record is there. It is clear. There is day and night difference as far as representation between the two main candidates. On the one hand, we have a candidate who, like the rest, afraid of the boss. You better fall in line. And on the other hand, we have a candidate who's not afraid of this government. Look at the number of things that we have heard that have been revealed to Barbadians since Honorable Ralph Thorne crossed the floor. We need stronger additional representation on behalf of the people of Barbados, the people of St. James North. We are guaranteed that electing the main opponent continues more of the same, where they continue to view you, St. James North, as an afterthought, a safe seat. We just have to go around at election time and promise them some roads and lighting and fields, and we're going to get their vote. And $300 in shirt, says someone. Well, this time around, they didn't wrap it in the shirt. This is what Felicia Dujon has been doing for years. As a DLP spokesperson on education, she has long been representing people. In fact, so much so that the government is afraid of her and will try to keep her out of schools. But she will continue to represent. You are guaranteed, St. James North, that when you elect her on Wednesday, May 21st, that she will represent you. When a matter arises, she will listen. And I can say that because that is what she has been doing. The record is there. She does not have to pretend. She will go to the relevant government department, and if needs be, will raise national attention on your concerns, St. James North. A vote for Felicia expands the opposition and would finally give you, St. James North, a voice in Parliament. Because what you had before, you can fill in the blanks. But it certainly was not a voice in Parliament. And on the point of voice in Parliament, we had to have a cybercrime bill, which the former representative, the current candidate, support.
Pause it right there, Dave. Pause it right there. I wondered to myself, Mr. Murray, this is a glaring thing. It was, listen, those of you in St. James North, you got to listen to this speech. If you're serious, if you're a serious Bajan citizen, listen to this speech, because Mr. Murray, it was the same Mr. Hinkson that put the team together and went to Washington to ensure that we were shut up, to take our freedom of speech from us. Hinkson championed that bill. And this man brought it up to talk to the country. I mean, this is amazing. Nobody else did. Nobody has made the connection.
That is why I told you he's made the best speech so far of the campaign. He's making the connections. And because when he said that, also Mr. Hinkson has been guilty on that on several fronts. Apart from the sterling work that this show did in campaign against forcing them to make changes and to back off the bill, etc. His attitude. Remember when he went to Washington, we were told he was scornful and dismissive and insulting towards the Barbadian representative who went there under their own steam, not paid for by government, and had inadequate legal representation. The main representative for the government in Washington was an embarrassment. But Mr. Hinkson, rather than looking after, why could he not, he was the chairman, why could he not have presented the government's case himself? He was the best person, he guided the whole bit through the process. Right? Why could he not, why did he have to pay somebody hundreds of $1,000s to do it?
It actually, we were told, it's alleged that it was over 200, that lawyer, they did some research, and that his fees, they begin at 250,000 US dollars.
Well, he owes Barbados. The government of Barbados owes the taxpayers of Barbados a lot. He was a disaster. He was an embarrassment for this international representative. Substandard he was.
And not only that, remember that the delegation who went, Mr. Murray, if you recalled, said that he tried to heckle the 20-year-old, the youngest delegate. Right, that went on behalf of the citizens of Barbados. He tried afterwards to tell him that, oh, I know you're going to be running for the DL. You plan to run for the DLP in St. Lucie, right? I know, and tried to be so. I mean, he was trying to intimidate.
You're talking about Mr. Hinkson. You're talking Mr. Hinkson.
Mr. Hinkson.
Right. Okay.
I'm sorry. Mr. Hinkson was trying to intimidate Timon. Who remembers that?
Right. I remember hearing about that. Yeah.
And a 20-year-old Jewish student, okay, because the young man was speaking facts and speaking truth to power, he decided, and he tried to do it in front of the
world. It was being streamed to the world. He did it. He tried to embarrass a fellow Barbadian before the rest of the world for exercising a democratic right.
Yeah. But I mean, I think this is what I said. Finally, somebody is speaking about the cybercrime bill and pinning it to him, because he was that champion, in Parliament. But let's go a little bit more, Mr. Murray.
Raised about sections 19 and 20 in particular of this cybercrime bill. The current candidate support. Now, many concerns were raised about sections 19 and 20 in particular of this cybercrime bill. But after a trip overseas to the Far East land, when the team came back, led by said former representative, those provisions, instead of reflecting the concerns of Barbadians, including those in Reservoir Road, Ashton Hall, St. James North, maximum penalties were increased from 7 years to 10, and from 70,000 to 100,000. Yes. From the government that cares. Now, if this is what care looks like.
Can we pause it right there? Why are you laughing, Mr. Murray?
Because every time he opens his mouth, he's proving my point right. My mantra is that he's excellent. He's excellent, I say. I will listen to him for the rest of the night.
Yeah, but listen, the thing about him is that he basically took the sections 19 and 20, and he applied it to the people in and he called out, you know, I don't know the place well, Ashton Hall, and he applied it to them. He showed them how Hinkson was trying to take the freedom of speech from the people in St. James North.
Marcia, in politics, what the most important question in a person's mind is, how does it affect me? What is in it for me? He just made the cybercrime bill relevant to all the people in thing. And nobody's been talking about that. That is the point he made about his whole approach. Right, and the facts were there, but nobody was putting them together. And he's come fresh and making, he's rekindling the whole issue, refreshing people's memories of the negativity things which have been done, should be done for the Saturday campaign. I stick to that.
Yeah,
anyhow.
It's amazing. And so the people in St. James North, remember, don't forget, it was Hinkson that led that parliamentary, what we call it now, when they did a pullback of the bill. You can help me with that term.
It was a special committee that was set up.
Yes,
yeah.
and he was leading it.
He chaired it. Yeah.
Yeah, he chaired it. And remember how we treated everybody that presented in Parliament, if you remember.
Yeah, that's right.
And yeah, go ahead, Mr.
Murray. No, that's right. He was very disrespectful, insensitive. Here was he made the famous declaration that the Constitution guarantees freedom of expression, but not freedom of speech. Remember that?
Yes.
That should be on his gravestone. The Constitution said that you have freedom of expression, but not freedom of speech.
So,
wow.
So this man is reminding us that if it was left up, and he didn't just, if it was left up to Mr. Hinkson, we would not even be able to have this show tonight to speak to you in St. James North.
That's right.
Basically, and then on top of that, did you remember he spoke very loudly to let all the adjudicators in the US hear that we were being the civil society from Barbados was being sponsored by right-wing organizations. You remember that? That right. Was the allegation that they came back and said Mr. Hinkson spoke loudly for the adjudicators to hear in America. And if that is what he said, if it's what he said, he actually lied on the people of Barbados.
But Mr. Hinkson is not anywhere near the type of person he's well met. He has a lot of flaws. I mean, he's a past in there, but he's still present because his work remains. But so he's not the hero or near hero that he's supposed to be. And as he speaks, it's coming out more and more. I just wish more and more people have spoken about it more often and more earlier.
Well, go ahead, Dave. Thank you.
So I urge you, St. James North, next Wednesday, from the government that cares. Now, if this is what care looks like. So I urge you, St. James North, next Wednesday, come out and vote. Your vote will make a difference. Every vote counts. 1-1 here, 1-1 there. I'm not going to repeat a statement that is often said, 1-1 blow. But your 1-1 vote will count. Your 1-1 vote will show the Barbados Labour Party that they, nor any party for that matter, owns you or any of the people of St. James North.
Dave, stop it again. Listen, are we going to finish this speech? Bear with me. Dave, bear with me. He says 1-1 blow. Now, I was told by somebody very close to the Prime Minister that she has a saying that says 1-1 blow kills old cow.
That's an old Barbadian saying. She learned that from her uncle along with.
But it's something she tells them. She tells that to her party, and she says it, and look at him including it in the speech. I just wanted to say that, but go ahead.
Very sharp, very sharp.
Very sharp. Go ahead, Dave.
That matter owns you or any of the people of St. James North. So value your vote and put your X where it counts. Make sure the pencil doesn't touch the line. Felicia Dujon. And you will be guaranteed to have someone who will represent you. I repeat, that is what she has done. She does not have to pretend. So pick up your phone. Those WhatsApp chats, those group chats, get the message out there. Let people know we do not have to fear. They lose their power when we lose our fear. Spread the message.
We're going to pause again. Mr. Murray, what are your thoughts on this? What is he doing? What part of the speech is he at now, Mr. Murray?
He's reaching the climax, the peroration, but he's repeating and reinforcing. You know, you always go back to your original content at the end of a speech to remember that the last thing you remember. He's doing it very well. I wish I could do it like him.
Yeah, I tell you, this part as well, Mr. Murray, is a call to action.
Of course.
This is a call to action. Part of it, he's telling them, first of all, make sure you vote properly. Don't let the X, whatever. And then he's also saying, get to your WhatsApp groups.
Spread the message.
You see what? It's a call, it's a direct call to action with steps of what you need to do. If you are you are in the constituency, you are listening, this is what you need to do. Yeah,
there's a classic presentation. Structured, organized, opening, you develop your middle, you come to a conclusion, you repeat to make sure and then you call, like you said, call to action. There's a classic example of how a speech should be delivered.
And you know, Eugene, I agree with you. I saw that too. He paused after a very important topical point to let you digest it. It's breathing.
That's right, yeah.
It's breathing. Go ahead. Go ahead, Dave. Thank you.
You may say it makes no difference. It will make a difference. Power when we lose our fear. Spread the message. Spread the word. Where you may say it makes no difference, it will make a difference. Because one way or the other, a message will be sent to the Barbados Labour Party. So come out and vote. Come out and vote St. James North. Come out and vote Reservoir Road. Come out and vote Ashton Hall. You have a clear choice before you. Someone who will represent you versus someone who will ensure more of the same. And Barbados, we cannot take more of the same. Our voice matters. Our vote matters. Our opinions matter. Our concerns matter. They are not our lords. There's one God in heaven above. They do not own us. The ones without pedigree. Your vote counts. You matter. Next Wednesday, May 21st, show out and vote for Felicia Dujon.
Felicia, yes, we voting. Felicia, we voting. We voting. We voting. We voting.
He's class.
Listen, folks. Listen. You need to, those of you who can edit, you need to edit this. Take it and break it apart and put it in smaller pieces. Put it on Instagram, right? All of you who are listening, right? He's done his part and we can help. I'm being told that it is being said, and Mr. Blackman can refute it, or his campaign manager, that they have spent so far, it seemed like approximately over 300,000 in that one constituency, right? And we know that they have all of this money that they're using, that they're spending, and the DLP's budget is way, I mean, nothing near that. So if you really want to see a change, a help, we need everybody to go ahead, use CapCut, use whatever you edit, and take out pieces of it. Use voice notes from it, put it in the chat so you know St. James North people are. Send it throughout that constituency. Do the best that you can. Please, may everybody be able to do that. Mr. Murray.
I could not have said it better. Your call to action, he's laid the foundation. He's made a very clear, convincing, and coherent argument, which you can follow and remember and appreciate. He did not use any technical jargon, any gobbledygook, no buzzword like resilience and what's now and biodiversity. Nothing so clear, simple language that anybody can understand to present his argument, and that's why he's so effective. It's a pleasure to hear him. Like I said, I saw him in shorter spasms on TV, but this no way he's delivering a speech. It is very, very enlightening and very, very interesting.
And we must give credit to the leaders, the president, and those who are managing the campaign for Felicia Dujon to be able to see this in him and put him on. I think that too, that takes a lot of vision to be able to see that kind of, because he's sitting there on the panel, and I noticed him a couple times, but I noticed him very, very much the last time they had the thing. And you must give the campaign manager and the president and the political leader the kudos, because they spot him and said to him, we want you on. And in fact, they put him on again tonight. And I think that should be commended. But I think Mr. Dave, I heard that Verla de Pisa is up. So that was last night, fellow viewers. What we watched was Mr. Wickham making his
Dr. Wickham, you don't want to get mixed up with any other Wickhams in Barbados.
Oh, Dr. Wickham. I am sorry, Dr. Wickham making his debut as on the political stage. That was last night, and we're told he's on tonight, so we're waiting up for him. But let's go to Mr. Pisa, if Dave could help us to get her on. I don't know if you're waiting on me to do that, Dave. Okay, he's doing it. Thank you so much.
Take time off my work. You making me take time from my family. You making me stand up in long lines like COVID. And you tell me that you care for me. Think on it. Go for the money. But think on it. What this government is making you do to get $300. And what information they're asking you for in order to get the money. Information they already have in another government agency that they could get, but they're making you work for it when you already own it, not earn it. You already own it. It is disrespectful. I want you to think on that as you stand up for your money, because it is yours. But consider if you should rest your X down the next time you have to stand up in a line on the 21st of May to mark your X in the hot sun or the rain, not for any money, but for your future and your children's future. This is an election like no other. We heard ad nauseum about a lost decade. But we are 7 years into this administration and they have nothing to show for it. They're busy milling paving roads, and the first time the rain comes, the rain is washing away the roads. That is not a joke. Look at Highway 1. Look down Archers Bay. Look in St. Thomas. And they come now that an election is in St. James North and start hustling to pave Dublin Road that has looked like that for nearly all of the 35 years that they have been in. It is disrespectful. They don't have time to fix the bridge. The bridge can take longer than 3 weeks to fix. And they run in this campaign telling you a lot of hogwash about what happened back then. And I heard a snippet that I can get to make any sense about how under the last administration, there was no scanning of containers, and that is how the weapons and the firearms get into Barbados. And I ask myself, I mean, the rest of you all can decide whether you're going to say, no, that ain't happened. That's not for me. You told Barbados that you know who the gangs are. You told Barbados that you were negotiating with them. We saw some of them on the front page of the newspaper saying you still owe us money. And you mean to tell me you know who got weapons and you get them money and you ain't even say in exchange for the weapons? That is on you. That is not on any administration before you. That is your sloppiness. And it makes no sense because you can look at the statistics. I had to look at them as we in the commission were putting together. Derek, you're on the commission, you would know. We had to analyze those statistics. The crime spike in Barbados started in 2018. And that year we thought was a horrible year. And let me tell you, it wasn't the first half of the year. It was with a fury in the second half of that year. And we thought that year was bad. And last year, 52, if you check the international agencies, we're both here looking at our own statistics, but other people are looking on and doing their count, and their count says 52. That's like vitamins, no? And that is murders. That is not counting any other type of crime. But you live in Barbados, you people of St. James North, and you know what you feel. You know the fear that you feel. And you know that it is not just a feeling, because up to today, we watched it because the videos are going around. We watched the heist in 6 Roads. And just about 50 meters from here, the Attorney General stood and told you that they have the criminals nervous. Well, let me tell you how nervous the criminals are. One of the men that I watched on that video going into that supermarket today had on a high-vis vest. They are that nervous and they don't care who see them. This is the disappointment that the present administration has visited on the people of Barbados, and you, the people of St. James North, feel it too. It may not have happened in this constituency, but the son of the same Nichols in whose car park they held their meeting was a victim of serious crime in this country. And kudos to the police, because their clearance rate is fantastic. But those of us who know a little bit about criminology, and those of you who don't need to know about criminology because it is your lived experience, will know that it is better to nip something in the bud than to put a plaster on it. So this is never about the police, except that we would love for them to be paid properly. We would love for them to get some insurance. We would love for them to get the equipment that they need. We would love for them to be able to put intelligence gathering into place. And we would love for community policing to be spread across Barbados, because that is how you bring down crime. one of the initiatives. So it is not about that. It is about how you feel, and you know that we need more programs that are designed to deal with people's feeling that they need to resort to crime. It is all well and good to talk about how you have beefed up the courts and you have 3 new judges. I will have to tell you though that 3 also retired, and they didn't tell you that part. But it is more than beefing up the court system. You can only lock up a man for what he did. Nobody is convinced that the increase in punishment, in the length of sentences, and making it more difficult to get bail has had any impact on crime in this country, because we have seen otherwise. We have seen in broad daylight an elderly man not just robbed, but seriously injured. He was beaten and stabbed in broad daylight on a busy road leading into town. So we know that those are just plasters on sores. When will you face up to it that you don't have a clue what to do with the crime situation and just walk off the scene and let other people who have an idea do what needs to be done? And we don't keep it close to our chest. You have heard the political leader, as leader of the opposition in the House, speak to some of the initiatives. Where is the anti-gang legislation? We have been calling for it for months. But we have to be real. Do they really want to solve the problem? And that is a hard question, a big question for them on your doorstep. And if they can't give you anything other than the namby-pamby answers that they're giving the country so far, it is time to fire them in St. James North and start the march towards a better governance in this country. Because at the end of the day, a government's primary task is the protection of its people. So whenever you hear them say that crime is not a political issue, you know that they have abdicated their responsibility, and it is your responsibility to take them down from off their throne, make the abdication complete, and put someone else in their place. The solution, and there is one solution to crime. It has many facets, but there is one solution. And that solution is to put people first. When you make policy, again, that is only for government. So don't tell me that solving crime is not a political issue. It is one of the biggest political issues, because the roots of crime are in a broken society, and it is for the government to fix the society, not just to fix education, which I spoke about earlier, but fix our social structures. How you mean that in the 21st century, and we're almost heading into the second quarter of the 21st century, how you mean in the 21st century that our farmers can't get water? How you mean in the 21st century that we have a construction boom And at the same time, you could be boasting about how many work permits you are approving. Why are the jobs not for our people? How you mean? How you mean? The care of our people is the business of government. Looking for job creation, and that does not mean that every job must come from government, but it means that government must make the space for the private sector to feel like it can make jobs, and I mean meaningful jobs, not demeaning jobs, for our people. And let me segue a little bit, because I read the back page of the Nation today, and I see a complaint about how in the hotel industry, the tourists are complaining that customer service has dropped. But it must. Do you all remember? And I know that there are several of you in St. James North who work in the hotel industry, who work in the villas that are dotted in the hills above us and below us. Do you remember how the hotel workers were treated during COVID? The government didn't stand up for you, workers of St. James North. The unions abandoned you, and your employers were looking out for the saving of their business as their first priority. You were the last to be considered, if considered at all. And all that you got for that was a hamper. That is what you make to them. The handouts. They want the visible show, but you want the tangible feel in your household. This personal election is a national election, is a by-election in this constituency, but each of you feels something that tells you that it is time to change how we do business in this country. And let's not fool ourselves. The Democratic Labour Party had to face up to change and make some hard decisions too. But this is an election where you must not be made sport of. I don't know if you got your circular, but I will tell you, I'm from St. James North. I'm one of those lucky people who got to live several places as they were growing up. I spent time with my parents in Mount Stanford, and I spent time with my grandparents in St. Lucie. Almost equal time. It may have been more in St. Lucie than in Mount Stanford, because I spent all my vacations down there. My mother taught short hair at St. Boniface when it was a whole school, not just a nursery. She still lives in Mount Stanford, as does my brother. And he received his circular envelope from the other side, like this, making mock sport at people, not a thing in the envelope. And don't feel that I'm lying, because look, the paper still on the sticky part. They never even stuck it down. Making mock sport at people. They could just say that they don't have something to say and save the postman the trip. But we are here on serious business. The business of St. James North is the business of the country, and the business of the country will always be the business of the Democratic Labour Party. We have in this constituency to be serious about the 21st of May. This is a day unlike any other. This is a national election, because there are national issues that are playing out in your households that need to be playing on your mind as you go to the vote on the 21st of May. You need more respect. You have not got it for 35 years. You have stood behind them, but I watch carefully. I watch carefully in this election. You have to watch on the other side. It is not possible. And I watched a motorcade yesterday, and not a car in the line was marked S. And if that does not give them cause for concern, then I don't know what will. It does not matter who gets busting in a red shirt to make a meeting look good. What matters on the day is that each of you in this constituency understands and appreciates your role, that each one of you matters, and that vote will count. I am not a mathematician, but I was forced to do statistics in order to do my political science degree. But even without statistics, if you look carefully, and I noticed that the mid-spread of the nation very neatly did not include 2022's results, because they would show a significant slide in the numbers, first of all, going out to vote, and then in the numbers who haven't turned up, who voted for the other side. They recognize their slide. And that is why we are having a by-election where they can focus on this constituency. But here's the thing, and this is particularly for those of you, about 2,000 of you who did not go to vote. You are the ones who make a difference in this election. This is not a stay home and protest election. This is a stand up and vote and protest election. This is a referendum against the abuses that you have faced from the present administration. And as you walk to the polling booth, you don't have to tell anybody what you are about to do. It is your own personal business. It is you, your pencil, and your conscience in that room. And it is for you to know that the last 35 years have done you nothing but a disservice, and that it is time for change, and that the change that you need comes in the form of the energetic Felicia Dujon, who has demonstrated to the country that she is ready for service. And don't let anybody talk to you about where she born, because half of you up here born there too. We grew up with the Sams and the Edwards and the Williamses and the Etiennes. The St. Lucians live among you. And when they want to disparage her for where she is born, she's disparaging you. Get this clear. Speaking to those who did not vote in 2022, you are the ones who can bring change to this country. We know that on the 22nd of May, the same government will exist. We know that. But the signal that you send when in a by-election, you shake the government in its boots. You make its belly quiver. You are the ones who make the difference. The diehards will vote anyway. But those of you who just want better for your constituency, who just want better for your families, who just want better for your country, will know that you can't do the same thing and expect a different result. 2025 is your moment. 2025 is when you, St. James North, get the opportunity to send a clarion signal to the government that their moment in time is coming to an end, because a general election is upon us as well, sooner rather than later. And this is your first step in that short march as you go with Felicia Dujon to the House of Assembly, walking up those steps, taking her seat alongside the leader of the opposition, and speaking firmly and clearly, as is her wont, and resolutely on your behalf in the House of Assembly, the 21st of May, from 6 in the morning until 6 in the evening. Come out and vote. Come out, St. James North. Come out, Sion Hill. Come out, Carlton. Come out, all within the hearing of my voice, and vote for Felicia Dujon, your little pocket rocket, standing tall on your behalf, big in heart, where it matters, and willing and able to work on your behalf. I thank you.
Dujon on his voice for the people. That is what we want. Cost of living.
That I was making some points as she was speaking. I thought that was brilliant. I that's my personal view on that. Mr. Murray?
Yeah, actually, I'm glad I got a chance to hear her again. Ms. DePisa has been one of my favorite presenters on the political platform for a while. What a lot of people don't know is that she's, apart from being an attorney at law, she's also trained and certified in criminology. Plus, she's done she talked about her degree, her political degree. She did a master's degree in politics, philosophy, and economics. So she had a grown, and she's gotten better with age. And I always look forward to her. She's very strong, clear, again, well laid out argument for and against. And she's to be commended for it.
Oh yes. I love the fact that she spoke about and I think Mr. Seeley started it last night and she continued it, talking about the workers, the hotel workers, right? She spoke about the hotel workers, and because in St. James North, you would imagine that you would have a lot of hotel workers there, and how they're being laid off and how they were treated in COVID. I remember that. And she was reminding the people of that, and I think that would have struck a chord with the people in St. James North, and in that vicinity there. What do you think?
I think so. It should have, and I believe it will. It makes sense. From what I've observed in the BLP's election so far, is that I am amazed that they can come to a place like St. James North, which is part of the West Coast, the Platinum Coast, a tourism infested area, and make no reference to certain things that are happening, not the issues that involve in tourism, nothing about development, not about access to the sea, not about open beaches, nothing about Gibbs's Gully, nothing about the whole town civic center. The Prime Minister made a speech the other day for the 400th anniversary of the founding of settlement in Bridgetown, our whole town, and never once made any real reference to the project that's coming there. as though it's not. She talked about 400 of the past and the colonialism. I'm talking about regaining your African destiny. I don't understand what that means anyhow. But I'm saying that she has avoided those issues, and it continues to demonstrate the Prime Minister's determination not to deal with issues that are affecting her ministry or her government, that make her unpopular. She never mentioned about the Afexim Bank.
Yes,
Nothing.
or any such thing. Well, just take a pin there. Let's hear the candidate, Mr. Moore, but a very good point you're making. We'll follow up on that later.
James North. So whether they want me here or they want me to go home, I will still be here. Let them know Felicia Dujon is not going anywhere. Felicia Dujon is at home and we're not going anywhere. Let them know that. But what I want to share with you this evening is that when a bee becomes greedy, it doesn't become or remain a worker. It becomes a parasite. And tonight we will get these parasites out of St. James North. This is what we're going to do. When a bee becomes greedy, it stops become a worker and becomes a parasite, which is what it has been doing to the citizens and the constituents of St. James North. But I'm here to tell them and advise them, as I've always done. I am in the hive with you. I am in the hive with you. And tonight and for the next few days, until Wednesday, we're going to smoke them out. We're going to smoke them out because we have tired of seeing the type of abuse of power that has been undertaken in this hive in St. James North. The reason why they do not want you to vote for me is because I will expose them of the abuse. I will expose them of the oppression that they have continued to do in this constituency. And you know what? This evening, I was just happened to be passing at Western, and I heard one of the ministers say that they're going to paint St. James North red. But he forgot Felicia Dujon is here. He forgot that the champion of the people is here. So we're not going to paint anything red, sir. We're going to make sure that we smoke you out of this place so that you don't not return. And when you're leaving, you make sure you take your bees with you. Because we're not going to tolerate any kind of bad behavior, any kind of oppression, and any kind of tyrannical behavior in this constituency. My dear constituents, I am proud to serve you. I am proud to be here to defend your honor and your integrity and your dignity. For the last few weeks, I've been working in your constituency. We have never seen the Barbados Labour Party work so hard in a constituency before. They got all of the ministers out. They got all of the buses and all of the funding and all of the resources out. But where were they in the last 7 years? My dear constituents, ask them those questions. Where were you when we required adequate and healthy water at our homes? And constituents, there's some members of your own constituency, of this constituency, that do not have piped water at their homes. They do not have indoor washrooms at their homes. But this government will come in this constituency with their shameful selves and tell you they want to paint this place red. We're not painting here red. We're getting rid of you. And we're going to start in this constituency so that you can respect the constituents of this area, of this noble and hard-working citizens of this country. These are hard-working people that you are treating with disrespect, and I will never tolerate it. I will continue to fight on their behalf. So when you think you can come around this area and paint it red, we're not painting it red. We've had it red and dread for too long. It has been red and dread with poor lighting in this area. And your bad roads. Sion Hill, if I didn't come here, I wouldn't have known how dark they left you. In 35 years, look at how they have left you. And now you're hearing the Prime Minister and the Minister responsible for Transport and Works, who is also the campaign manager for the opponent, that they will have 400 lights to put all over here. And then when they're going to put it? On Wednesday? Is it going to be here on Wednesday? Constituents, my duty here is to come to you with an honest voice. We have nothing to gain. We have nothing to lose but your trust. I am here to tell you the truth about this government. I have always continued to expose them and unmask them. And this is what I will continue to do on your behalf, so that you can get the representation that you deserve as a citizen, a law-abiding citizen, a hard-working citizen of this country. We're going to take them out of this hive, and we're going to bring a new queen in this hive. We're going to take them out and ensure that things are done properly and humanely in this constituency, because they do not respect your fundamental human rights to dignity and free choice. And the reason why I say free choice, because they feel that because you have been read and dread for the last 35 years, that you deserve the treatment that you have been meted at for the last 7 years under this government. My dear constituents, I come to you not only as a teacher, because my concerns raises above that as well. When we look at in terms of the conditions of our schools in this constituency, where our children have to be dealing with the kinds of buildings, the courage, and the poor facilities at the schools, that we have to be closing our schools every week upon weeks. And parents have to leave their work sometimes midday or mid-morning to come and get their students, because the school is not in the conditions. Yet millions have been wasted under the Ministry of Education. And we have seen it. And they keep changing the Minister of Education and changing, but they are yet to stand up on the rights of citizens of this country. My constituents, I am also here to speak on the behalf of the single mothers and fathers of this constituency. Your candidate from the Barbados Labour Party has yet to speak on your behalf on any issues in this constituency. It seems that if he does, he will offend. He will offend his government that have continued to abuse the power of the constituents of this area. We need to send a very strong message to them. We need to let them know that as taxpayers, that we deserve the services that we pay for, that we deserve better treatment, and that we deserve to live a dignified life in this constituency and all the constituencies across Barbados. And we are not going to stop until it starts. Because my constituents, we are standing here for this government. We are sending a strong message to them. We are letting them know that we are not afraid of them. We may look like we're alone, but we're not alone. We will stand with the people, and the people will ensure that they allow us and give us the tools, the encouragements, and the fortitude to stand against that bully government, because we're not afraid of them. My constituents, I've asked the government to provide some allowances for the families, for the single parents and mothers, and they have yet to speak on that matter. They have yet to address it. They have yet to bring any concerns towards it. But what they have done is try to malign me, to attack me personally. This issue is not about Felicia Dujon. You need to mind your business in the constituency. You need to do your job and to deal with the concerns of the constituents. This is your business. Stop maligning persons that are seeking to fight on behalf of persons. And let me tell you, my constituents, the government has our taxpayers' money and they're wasting it. And this is what I'm here to expose you to show you that they're using the money, wasting the money, and not providing the money where we're supposed to get the help and intervention on. We need our allowance. Families in this constituency need the child allowance. You need to bring it back, government. You need to bring it back so that we can help our children and sustain our children in this constituency and Barbados by extension. So constituents, when we speak for your rights, we are speaking for the rights of all Barbadians in this country. We stand up for their behalf. For the farmers and fisher folks, we are continuing to fight on your behalf because we have a government that does not care about agriculture or even feeding a nation. They do not care because they do not live here. They're only visiting here. So they do not care whether our children eat healthy meals at the school meals. They do not care about that. They do not care about how our elderly deals or what they're eating at home. They're spending millions of dollars in the agricultural sector for the minister who's lazy enough. He's too lazy to recognize that the ministry is crumbling, just like every other ministry in this government. And my constituents, I want to inform the youth because I think it's very important that I send them that message. And I believe that sometimes when we come to speak, we do not know the lives that we will change by what we say. That when we speak life to our constituents and to the youth. You are now seeing the government is running around in motorcades and trying to get your vote. Ask them the question, where were you in the last 7 years? Where were you when I was struggling? When I was trying to eat? Because every man and every woman and every youth and every child need to eat too. But it seems that only certain parts of this society is eating, while the others are left to fend for themselves. We cannot continue that way. And what we're seeing is people that support this government. When we come and speak the issues, whether it's about proper housing for families in this constituency, whether it's about youth employment, whether it's about the farmers, the fisher folks, the disabled, they go on social media and they laugh at you. They make a mockery of those issues. They use me as their memes to laugh at us because they do not take your issues seriously. We speak about poor lighting. We speak about the roads. We speak about the water resources. But not one of them would seek to highlight those issues because they do not care about you. They do not care about your interests because everything for them is a joke. We need to get those parasites out of our hives. We need to get them out of our constituency. And we have to do everything possible to get them out. And how do we do that? Is that we put that X on Wednesday. And I know that some of them have been trying to intimidate you. I know they have been saying the darkest of nights. Before you go to sleep, I want you to say a prayer. I want you to pray before you vote so that your consciousness can guide your vote. So that your consciousness will guide your decision. You do not want to make a decision based upon your passions and emotions because they will use that against you. They will come and try to gaslight you and tell you, well, you know, man, we've been here for 35, for 7 years. Me and you, we good. No, you're not. You haven't treated them well. And because I am here to serve the people, and I will continue to serve them. After 7 years under this government, after 35 years in this government, the candidate that is responsible for walking around in this constituency have not raised not one issue on your behalf. Not one. He has not seen the need to raise one issue on your behalf so that his government, the government that is currently in power, could immediately do some intervention. He is not interested in that. His interest is about what he can get from you. This is what parasites do. They feed on their victims. And that's what they do. And we will not allow it. The Democratic Labour Party is here to stand up on your behalf. The Democratic Labour Party is about the people. The Democratic Labour Party is not interested in the Barbados Labour Party because the Barbados Labour Party is not even interested in themselves right now. They're not even concerned about to what the people really need. Because for them, it is about how much we can take from the taxpayers and how much taxes we can raise. This journey for me has been a very emotional one. I say emotional because the kinds of concerns and the kinds of issues that I've heard, I know that God is hearing it as well. And it breaks me to the core. It breaks me to the core when elderlies can tell me that my water has been off because of the sewage tax. It breaks me to the core when I visit a home with children and the mother is telling me, I don't even know how I will send my children to school. It breaks me to the core when I go to a house and there are 3 disabled people in the house that do not know how they will survive the next day. And this government, this useless government is parading with motorcades and spending millions of dollars on this by-election, but they cannot see to serve the people that have voted for them. My dear constituents, I stand here on your behalf, not today alone. I have always stood on your behalf. Even members of the Barbados Labour Party that live in this constituency have also fought for them because I know they too are struggling, but they are too fearful to speak. And they have to wear that red shirt to be part of that beehive. But as I tell you, when I smoke them out, you will have the freedom to speak the way you choose. When I smoke them out, you will have the right to ask them for the lighting and the proper works and the intervention that is needed for the most vulnerable in your constituency, because you know them. You know who are the most vulnerable in your constituency. They are your neighbors. They are your family members. They are your church goers as well. They are your children's friends. They are teachers, your pastors, your policemen, the nurses. They are in this constituency and they too are suffering from this neglect of this government. But so when you see them parading, stand back. Don't get involved. Don't get involved in the corruption. Because when you get involved, you also become part of the oppressors. You have to fight for your freedom. You have to fight for your rights. And I will stand with you to fight for those rights. And I will start against those oppressors. Because the reason why they attack me is because they know that once I stand on principle, I am not moving. I will not be moved. Because the reality is, no matter what they say about Felicia Dujon, no matter what they say about the Democratic Labour Party, we still get up and come back into the community. We still get up and do our work. We still get up and make sure that we do the intervention that is needed. I have not stopped working from the time I put my foot on this ground. I have not stopped working, no matter what they say about me. No matter how many times they told me to go home. And I know that you've seen it on the logo. Go big or go home. That kind of condescending statement of division. That is from the Barbados Labour Party. That is the mantra. This is what they feed upon. Because they're parasites. They feed on the weak. But let them know we're not weak around here. Let them know we are strong constituents. And when the day comes, we will rise against them. Whether it's silently or whether it's openly, we will rise against them. So my constituents, do not allow them to intimidate you. If I can stand against them as little as I am, I know you can as well. I know you can as well. Do not allow them to intimidate you. Do not allow them to fool you. Do not allow them to deceive you. They have done it for so long. And now is the time that we have to smoke them out. Because as I said, when a bee becomes greedy, it no longer becomes a worker, it becomes a parasite. And we do not want any parasite in our constituency. So we'll get the big on, we will get the bop, and we'll make sure that we fumigate them out of the hive, because a new queen is coming into this constituency. Let them know we are ready for the job. We have been ready for the job. And on Wednesday, rain, sunshine, or snow, we getting out to vote them out. We do not have the time to wait. Now is the time that God has given us to intervene on those that cannot speak on their own, or those that have been too intimidated to come out. But we will stand in solidarity. We will stand against the oppressors, because you know what they say, no retreat, no retreat. That's right, we're not surrendering, and we will walk tall and strong, and we will let this Barbados Labour Party know that the time for them, the time they have come to oppress this constituency is over. We are coming to smoke them out. Thank you, my brothers and sisters. Come out and vote, not only for change, come out and vote for the future of this constituency. Thank you, my brothers and sisters.
She is the one. Yes, we going with Alicia. She is the one.
Yes, yes. In Jamaica, we would say she little, but she talawa. She's indeed. I mean, you know, she is from house to house. I can't believe she still has that energy. Mr. Murray.
Yes, she certainly has the energy. But I'm not sure how much you want me to say or what you want me to say on my view, but I'm wondering if she heard. Just let me put it this way: did she hear Dr. Wickham last night? She did not own the things that he attributed to her. She should have taken credit for any things he mentioned. She talked about cybercrime and talked about rights, but I'm saying she's still too. She's full of fire and steam, but she needs to pull out the examples to show what do you mean by tyranny and fighting and how you have right to speak and give. She needs those examples to illustrate
Examples
what
of that, but I mean, she made a lot of examples though of what she's seeing in the constituency. So she talks about the coverage, which I didn't know about that, but she spoke about that. She spoke about, and she's been speaking about the toilet issue, not having indoor toilets, not having indoor running water.
I would have loved if she were. I don't know the concept. If she said, I know of the concept. I don't know all that. I know some of it. If she would say, I know of the college, where? In which neighborhood?
No, she didn't say neighborhood. She mentioned the school. She mentioned the school.
Which school?
I didn't write it down, but she mentioned the school in St. James North. She did do that, and she talked about the single mother.
I don't mean
parents.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot to defend her. But
No. I'm just bringing balance, Mr. Murray. Because I made notes, so I listened to
her as a journalist.
Yes, that's okay.
And that's right. And I'm saying that if I had to write a story of her, I would want detail, some examples and specifics. All I'm saying.
I understand that, Mr. Murray. So what I'm saying is that what I did for each speaker, I wrote down. I'm not trying to defend her. I just wrote down. I wrote down about 6 things that she mentioned that were details of what she's seeing in the constituency, unless I'm not understanding what you're asking for. I just see it a little differently, and that's different. That's okay, because I have it written down of the details of what she spoke on.
Oh, all right. You're hearing differently from me there, but you heard.
I don't know if anybody else heard any details, but I
what if I might ask, what did you mean by detail? Did she say where the college was?
Yes, she actually. Can anybody remember the name of the school
Okay, go ahead.
That she said the college shows that it wasn't in a home. She spoke about the college at a particular school in St. James North.
All right, let's move on.
Okay. All right. Dave, let's get to the what do you have there? Oh, they're still playing the music. Can
we talk about some of the things the Prime Minister didn't talk about? We were supposed to pick that back up. I thought it was outstanding that she stayed clear of certain topics altogether. And when Mr. Pisa talked about the $300 and how hard people had to line up, I wondered how comes that people who got theirs by check or in the bank in the system were given to the INS. Or other people who have to go on now were applying, or people who might not have applied but might not have paid anything into NIS, but it means that they were paying before, might not have paid the year last year. So I'm saying that could have been, I was impressed that the NIS could get those checks out in time to coincide with the 14th for the by-election on the 21st. I admired how in the past they have not been very on time and efficient with getting ordinary people's benefits out. So I can remember I called that from the time I called $200 the national bribe. So they fell in line. But you can't fall in line to prevent other people have to go and line up and spend hours in that regard. Dr. Wickham is talking, so I'll go.
Wickham is on. Yeah, go right ahead, Dave.
No. To the constituents of St. James North, good night, Barbados. I come to you tonight as a simple man, concerned about my country. I said last night, I wouldn't have imagined that a few months ago, I would be standing here. Fast forward, and here I am, motivated by concern for Barbados' present and Barbados' future. Something isn't right with our country. We know it. I spoke of that last night. Something is not right. They can pretty it up all they want, fancy talk, economic indicators that for most of us mean nothing when our reality is very different from what government officials are telling us. Something is not well. This is not the Barbados that I grew up in, running around the countryside, playing all kind of games, guavas to pick, gooseberries, sugar apple, golden apple. Can't even find them now. Something has changed. Last night, as I said, I spoke that our country is not well. Only today, and Verla spoke of this, only today to hear and see videos of an armed robbery at a location very familiar to me. I shuddered. I know persons who work there. I know persons in the video. You see, we can get and have gotten, I believe, very numb to these incidents. But we're talking about people, not numbers, not another statistic. We're talking about people. And my sincere prayer tonight is for peace and calm to their hearts, to their souls. With all that is happening, it is easy to see individuals affected as just another statistic, just another stabbing, just another murder. But I urge us not to forget, we are talking about someone's brother, father, son, nephew, uncle, sister, mother. And long after our hard-working police service has caught the perpetrators, they're prosecuted in jail, the trauma for them continues. And sometimes it continues for the rest of their life. I have seen many elderly persons in my practice traumatized by things that happened to them in childhood that they still struggle to get over. And we have become too desensitized to these incidents as just another crime. But it is not just another crime. We are talking about people whose hearts matter, whose lives matter. But how did we get here? This is not our Barbados. Parents, we have to spend more time with our children. We have to stop letting the technology raise our children and do that ourselves. I often say that it is easier and far better to raise a child, put in the time to raise children properly, than to try to repair an adult. Put in the time, parents. So parenting changed, but something else also changed, and I am calling it out tonight. The government changed. The evidence is clear. I like to talk statistics. Not as much as my former schoolmate, Ryan. Yeah. But I like to talk statistics. Between 2008 to 2017, and we'll leave out 2018 for now because government change in May of that year. Between 2008 to 2017, we tragically lost an average of 26 persons per year to murder. 26. Between 2019 and 2024, we tragically lost an average of 40 persons to murder in this country. And that includes 50 last year. 50 families forever traumatized by violence. I said something changed. September last year, our country was graced with a visit from our dear leader. I say grace, but you put that in quotes. She paid us a visit at a time when there were serious incidents, multiple murders and other shooting incidents. And we were told that the guns were here before 2018. We were told that vehicle tint was the problem. Now, that is not even worth talking about, except to say that the government must think we are idiots. How nonsensical. Vehicle tint? Was vehicle tint responsible for what we all saw today? Absolutely not. But you know, that statement, those comments, serve their intended purpose. Because for an entire week at least, the country was distracted talking about the stupidity of vehicle tint being the cause of the problem, and the government got a break that it needed from the attention on the crime situation. The art of distraction at its best. Get them to talk about what you want them to talk about and not the real issues afflicting our country. The art of the distraction. And we have a master of it on the other side. I like to keep things simple. As I said, I'm a simple person from humble beginnings. I keep being told that I should write a book. That story is long, but very humble beginnings. I like to keep things simple. So, Sion Hill, Barbados, I asked the question, if the guns were here before 2018, why did the criminals wait until after 2018 to start using them? Very simple question. I would like our Prime Minister to give us an answer. Or the absentee Attorney General, when he comes back from his slumber. I'm told don't hold my breath. I will not. Confessed criminals have been given comfort and succor by this government. Confessed criminals. When this matter was raised by the Honorable Ralph Thorne in the House, pointing out the thousands that they were being paid, not a man or a woman on the other side could rise on point of order and say that he was lying. Not a man or a woman could. But they didn't use the opportunity. They didn't pass up the opportunity to insult him. Because that's the extent of their contributions in Parliament. When they are confronted with information that they can't deny, curse him. Childish behavior. Grow up. Thousands of dollars was being paid to confessed shooters. While you, the residents of Sion Hill, we, the people of Barbados, struggling to pay bills, struggling to buy groceries, struggling to exist safely in this country, confessed criminals were given succor, comfort by this government. Something changed. Eventually, the AG found some words and confessed that mistakes were made in the peace program. I don't know whose idea it was. I do not know whose idea it was. But it was immoral at its core and downright stupid in its thought process. It was never going to work. And in the process, thousands in their pockets to buy more guns, bullets. While we, the poor people who paid for them, who by our taxes, paid for them to get that money, we continue to struggle. I remind us that the love of money is the root of all evil. Those are not my words. Give them some money and they will forget the pain they are going through. Let us not forget that as far back as 2013, during a campaign event, known gang leaders were given preferred seating and a covered tent. I heard the location, yes. Persons known to the police. And you know when that phrase is used, what it means. Persons known to the police have been seen campaigning with senior politicians. Nobody is suing me. Senior politicians. They were even rewarded with special invitation to Parliament's opening in 2018. Others have senior government officials on speed dial. Something changed, Barbados. Something changed. All the while, special constables have to wait 14 months for promised pay, only for, as we heard last night, for instructions be sent out for them to receive said pay a couple of days before they are due to cast their vote and a week before their families are due to cast votes in this constituency. They must take us for fools, using taxpayer dollars cleverly to buy votes. But that's not all. That's not all. As I said last night, for years I paid attention to political happenings. I just did not want to get involved. Politics is too nasty. But something caught my attention in August of 2020. Parliament was prorogued. Fancy term for it was closed for a time. In September, Parliament was reopened. And I heard something in the official speech that I thought was very dangerous. I quote in part, "The world has spoken. And if Barbados is to be counted among the progressive nations of the world, the government is prepared to." And you can add various things on to the end of that. Something very specific was mentioned, but it was the phrase, "The world has spoken." And if Barbados is to be counted among the progressive nations of the world, the government is prepared to. The government is prepared to make certain decisions, to take certain actions, so that we can be like the progressive nations of the world. We have adopted many of the cultural practices and norms of various nations around this world. I know they want to say that those things are part of our culture. We were much safer as a society when we followed what we now call old-time Bajan values: respect for self, respect for others, respect for law enforcement, respect for God Almighty. We were much safer. Not my words, but righteousness exalteth a nation, and sin brings curse, damnation on that nation. Not my words. We were much safer as a society. But it goes further because something changed. We all saw, or most of us certainly saw, a picture of some class 4 students behaving inappropriately on their last day of school. It was spoken of in concerning tones by government, senior politician, only for said senior politicians a couple days later to be seen videoed doing the exact same thing. And a couple weeks after that. Now you call that hypocrisy, and our children are blind, they can see. Something changed. An even bigger concern to me: our flag, a treasured symbol of our country, was placed on a coffin and lowered into a grave. In 2019, remember when trouble started in our country, when the numbers increased and chaos erupted? In 2019, our flag, a treasured symbol of our country, was placed on a coffin and lowered in a grave in a foreign land. Now they will say that the flag was not buried. I do not know. But I did see it going into the ground. And I did see a gentleman pour a liquid on it and then drink some for himself. Now say what you want, believe what you want about the ceremony itself, but we are supposed to be a country of laws, and that should never have happened to our flag. Under no circumstances is our flag to go touch the ground, far less go into a hole in the ground. And our Prime Minister presided over that. She was there watching Barbados. Something changed. You see, Sion Hill, St. James North, Barbados, at any given point, there are many reasons why problems occur, why crime occurs. There's never one single solution, one reason, as there is not one single solution. But our government is clearly, from what I have just said to you, not without fault for what is happening in our treasured Barbados. We also have a government that you have to listen to very carefully. Very carefully. There's this thing that I do with my children when I'm dropping them to school on mornings. We will hear a news report. And I have this habit when we hear certain things being said of asking them this question: tell me what that person did not say. Tell me what they did not say. I'm training them to think, to reason, not to be easily fooled. Tell me what they did not say. We have a government that we have to listen to very carefully and listen to what they are not saying. Sometimes even more than what they do say. Example, the debt for climate resilience swap, like buzzwords, from November of last year. I watched the debate in Parliament, Senator Ryan, and I saw Senator Andre. I watched the debate. And I saw Senator Worrell on multiple occasions raise the question about terms and conditions, the sustainability performance targets, which if the government failed to meet those targets, penalties will kick in. On multiple occasions, a senator who wants you, the people of Sion Hill and St. James North, to elect him, rose and accused Senator Worrell of misleading the House, indicating that all of the necessary information was given. Now I looked at the resolution again myself today, just to ensure that I recall the events accurately. And nowhere in the schedule that referred to terms and conditions were those specific sustainability performance targets mentioned. Nowhere in, Lord, make sure you cover and protect yourself carefully. Nowhere were they given. And that was what Senator Worrell was pushing. But the refrain coming back on the other side is that we have included everything they need to do. Put it like this. I put it like this to you. I put it like this to you. You go to co-sign for a loan with a friend, a family member. They're the main, you're the co-signer. And you're told that there's some terms and conditions which if the loan applicant doesn't meet those terms and conditions, you will have penalty. So you naturally want to know what those terms and conditions are. But they say to you, oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Really? But our government signed on to something now, whether they know them behind the scenes, I don't know. I very much believe they do. But they signed on to something that made reference to penalties if we refuse to meet certain targets, but the targets were not explained. Nothing was mentioned about what those targets were. Just that if we fail to meet those targets, penalties will kick in. We were told what they think we needed to know. I say that again, Barbados. We were told what they think we needed to know. Now, should the government fail to meet these unknown targets or unknown to us, we the taxpayers will foot that bill. Now, that may not be a problem for a government minister making over $20,000 a month and the army of consultants making over $15,000 a month each. That may not be a problem. But for Barbadians struggling, for Sion Hill and St. James North residents struggling financially in this country, that represents an increased tax burden on us. Tax, tax, tax. And we're constantly being told by Senator Walters, more tax, more taxes than any other government. We are told when they think we need to know. So we find out about the Whole Town Civic Center, by the way. Gemmett's Lane, by the way. And by the way, can I say, nobody gets something for free. You can pick sense from that. There are no Santa Clauses in this world. So what appears to us to be a giveaway, you can complete the thought. But let me give you another example of where you have to listen very carefully. When challenged by opposition leader about the frequent travel, eventually, reluctantly, our dear leader, and for those who watch World News, you know what I mean when I say our dear leader, eventually revealed that she traveled 93 times in 81 and a half months. 93 trips out of Barbados in 81 and a half months. And let us not forget that many of those months were COVID-19 pandemic influence. So you couldn't travel. So 93 times, maybe in 60 months or so. But it was stated, what caught my attention is the statement. She doesn't travel first class. She travels at the last minute and returns at the earliest. Somebody said it, but it's not first class. Barbados, we are smart enough. We know why it's not first class. Private jets aren't first class. We were paying that bill. Paying the bill for large entourages to travel all over the world. And we have a former government that was maligned for far less travel. You see, Barbados, this government has shown us that we need to listen and watch them very carefully. St. James North, the choice before you is very clear. We have a candidate who, from the facts shared, has shown that they subscribe to the philosophy that we don't need to know. We will tell you when we think you need to know. We have a candidate, Felicia Dujon, who all she has done is represent, and speak out on the behalf of those who don't have a voice. When our government would much prefer to shut up many issues in education and sweep them under the rug, Felicia has been there, bringing light onto these issues. Last night I spoke of what I consider to be the darkest moment in our democracy. A general election was called at the time of a pandemic, when thousands were in isolation and legally barred from leaving their homes while they had a legal right to participate in our democracy as guaranteed by the provisions in the Representation of the People Act and the Constitution. Senior government official at the time said, if you are COVID positive, if you're in quarantine or isolation, because not everyone was COVID positive, but they were in isolation, you are not able to vote. The darkest moment in our democracy after universal adult suffrage in 1950. A government that is willing to trample on our democratic right to that extent does not need another seat next Wednesday, May 21st, and they need to be voted out when the next general election is called. Because they have shown over and over that they have scant regard for the people. What they will do is give the occasional gesture and fact, including those where international artists are invited to distract us. Only a couple weekends ago, one such artist revealed that the Prime Minister had contacted to help win an election in the past. Come down, do a performance. They just have short memory, you know, so a little fat, a little music, a little food, and they will forget the pain and suffering. But Sion Hill, St. James North, Barbados, I urge us not to forget. This is not the Barbados we are familiar with. Nor is it the Barbados that we should tolerate. So you may be asking, why should I vote? What does it matter? All politicians are the same. The other side are going to get in and do the same thing. Well, the immediate issue before us is a by-election next Wednesday. Wednesday this week, May 21st. Our government does not need another voice in Parliament doing more of the same, committing more of the same atrocities that I just spoke about for the past few minutes. What you, the people of St. James North, need is representation. What Barbados needs is representation. What we need is a stronger voice in the lower house of Parliament. Someone who understands that their loyalty is to the people and not a leader who seems to have some complexes. Ancient Greek philosopher Plato, I like to look at his quotes. I'm going to paraphrase his statement because I don't want anyone accusing me of calling them evil. But he said, the price that good men pay for not paying close attention to public affairs is to be ruled by people who do not have your best interest at heart. So I urge us, Barbadians, I urge the residents of Sion Hill, the people of St. James North, to pay attention to the things we have said, to help ensure that we are not ruled by people who do not have our best interests at heart. Pay attention. Now, I know there are many who would say that I have only ever voted for the Barbados Labour Party and can't see themselves voting for another candidate. But when you go into that box, no one sees your X. I urge you to vote conscience. Barbados, Sion Hill, St. James North, we know that all is not well with our country. And the government is deeply complicit in where our country is at today. So I urge you, vote your conscience. Send a strong message to this government. Vote for representation. Vote for Felicia Dujon. She is clearly not afraid of this government. Show me one government minister or election candidate who isn't afraid of their leader. You have a golden opportunity. Sion Hill, St. James North, you have a golden opportunity. Do not pass up this opportunity. Where there's temptation to stay in your home, get out and vote. Go early. Bus system in this country is terrible. So if you're going to work, make sure you leave very early to give yourself enough time to vote. But you get to the polling station and vote. The Prime Minister cannot bar you this time. The government cannot bar you this time. Let your voice be heard. St. James North, send that message. Now, as I leave, I pray peace and good health over my fellow countrymen. May the Lord bless you and keep you, make his face to shine upon you. His countenance be reflected on you. Give you peace, both now and forevermore. St. James North, I urge you to get out and vote. It will make a difference. Good night. God bless.
Felicia, yes, we voting for Felicia. We voting for Felicia, yes, we voting for Felicia. Cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with.
Right. Good. Your thoughts, Mr. Murray? Anything there that you want to comment on, or and to the viewers as well? I'm reading your comments.
Yeah, I want to comment on the fact that you had a very powerful theme. Something changed, right? And he built that thing. But I also want to take credit for the show. Remember that the COVID, when the Electoral Boundaries Commission said that we could not vote, that we could not vote during the COVID in 22nd campaign. Remember, I raised that last time because the contradict between the two chairmen. How the first chairman said the law said it had, the law said that the law said that the electoral the voter register had to be put online.
Yes.
And the other one came and said, no, it's not going online. So to me, that when you combine that with the refusal to let people vote. I think that those are some backward steps. And I shared his outrage and his horror. But he's too young. I shared it particularly because in 1951, I heard about the right to vote. I was at the election meeting in front of Graceville School with Grantleys Adams. So I lived to see that happen. So anything that troubles that, I feel it as though it were my family then.
Yes.
But right. But he again, very good case he's put that suits his theme. Something has changed.
Something, yes. He kept repeating that, and that's a good sign of a speech. I mean, he was tonight. He did speak to the people in Sion Hill and in St. James North, but I felt that he did a more national. He was speaking more nationally at the beginning of his speech.
Right.
Yeah.
But another credible, not outstanding performance. I thought. I don't know if he will go for it. He make a fine candidate whoever he goes to. He has all the basics.
Yeah,
not only his speaking style, but his thinking and how he presents his case.
Yes. Well, I'm just reading the comments. The comments. People seem to really have enjoyed it. I want to ask everybody, what is one thing that you believe that you would take away from the speech? Everybody who is watching. I was just talking to somebody here from St. James North, and they're excited and watching the speeches and etc. and agreeing and disagreeing and all of that. And I said to them, "Are you going to vote?" That's the question I asked. I said, "Are you going to vote there?" I said, "Well, you could enjoy all the speeches. You can enjoy, everything. But if you're not going to vote, what's the point here? So that's a challenge I want to, as we're going to officially close the live. So I know Mr. Murray, it's after 10. But there are other speakers who are coming up to speak. There is the president of the Democratic Labour Party, which some people would like to hear, and there is also the leader of the opposition. But it's 10 after 10. But I still want to hear from people. What is that one thing about what this gentleman said, and to challenge those who are from St. James North to really ask them the question: Are you going to vote? Yes.
Are they saying why they will not vote? Are they giving any hints, any indication why they will not vote?
They said that they let me just read without giving away the person. Good question. They said, I'm just trying. No, they said they don't know where to go to vote. They didn't receive any circular from either party.
They can call the Electoral Boundaries Commission, give them the name, address, etc., and they will tell them where to vote.
So if you're listening, I'm not giving you away by not saying who you are. You can call the Electoral and Boundaries Commission, as Mr. Murray is telling you, and they will be able to tell you where to vote. And this person is saying that they have a number of persons in their family who are eligible to vote. But I think that you could listen, but if you don't go out to vote, then really, what is the point? Pedro is saying that he got to hear his reason why he thinks politics is not theater anymore. He said, somebody said the question that he asked his children, what did they not say? Scully B says, listen to what the government not saying. That is what I focus on. Food for thought. Ibador said nothing. There was nothing for him that I guess that he thought was, and which is fine. I can't read everything here. Okay, I'm reminded that one must be mindful of what one does not say during their conversation or speeches. Okay, Dr. Wickham aligned government sentiment and issues with local issues. A vote for Felicia is a vote for representation. Yeah, okay. All right. Apart from Ivor, who said he got nothing, and that's the thing about this. We can vary in our views. He got nothing. That's fine.
That's democracy.
Huh?
That's democracy at work.
That's it. That's it. Yeah. And then somebody said that he articulated how things have changed. He's a diamond in the rough with lots of promise for the future. Okay. Well, this is where we officially end, but we are going to Mr. Murray because I know it's past 10:15. And unless you give me permission to keep you on here, I know you will continue listening.
Yes, I will. I just want to say something has been on my mind. Last week in the House of Assembly, the government passed a bill, made some changes to the Student Revolving Loan Fund. And they made mention now that they're going to give back to school loans. Normally, the agents will go to credit union or the bank, but now the government agency, Student Revolving Loan Fund, is going to back to school loans, so that the people can go and get back to loans to send their children to school. To me, that is a glaring admission. Now, normally most people would try to save money out of a disposable income to set aside to go to send their children back to school. You borrow, you might get a loan, but that they just didn't try at least to do it out of their own resources. I think the government is admitting that after 7 years, people have even less disposable income to save, to put aside, to help at least pay their way to school, and now they have to get a loan to put themselves into further debt. And that is a sure sign of further impoverishment. And that kind of system that we had is not something that the IMF smiles upon. I bet my life that the IMF encouraged them, therefore, to encourage people to set up a system where you can get a back to school loan so the government can make money out of the people rather than give the people proper conditions and salaries that they can pay for themselves or not. They're making it now a form of dependency on get to send your children back to school. When all the people want is more money, better conditions, more discipline, and can do things for themselves. But you're now entrenched in the system of back to school loans. I think it's a backward step.
Very much so. Very much. I actually didn't even hear that. So thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Yeah,
I didn't hear that at all. Someone who is in the St. James North just reported that they said Chad Blackman and Santia Bradshaw held an election campaign meeting just up from me with food, wine, and tent. And about 14 people turned up. They were giving food, wine, and tent. So you can imagine exactly where in St. James North they were. Okay, so try to put your thinking caps on. That's how I would interpret it. And only 14 people turned up. Interesting.
Yeah. I wonder who were invited.
Because when you're talking about food, wine, and a tent, so it's a certain caliber of persons.
Maybe the people from the villages thought that was not their environment, or maybe the people from the tent, wine, natural environment were not relating to it. They don't want to get involved. Could work either way,
Very interesting.
But, yeah, but that is a standard move by the Barbados Labour Party, where they always seek to do something for the well-to-do in the neighborhood, treat them differently. They're not necessarily expected to come to the meetings, so you go to them, take the candidate and fraternize with them, friends, and that kind of rarefied atmosphere. So I can see it happen. That's part of the course. I've seen many of them happen in the past.
Yes, yes. Well, one of the things that I really love tonight, when we were going through Dr. Wickham's speech, one of the things I realized, and I just want to just leave this as my final thought here, is the fact that we have not heard the breaking down of Chad's CV.
Right.
We have not heard that from the campaign, the DLP campaign. That's something that's going. We have not showed the people why he is not the best candidate.
Okay.
I feel like we have not yet done that.
Okay.
I think what's her name, Verla and Mr. Wickham, and to some extent Ryan last night, etc., and a couple of the others.
Right.
They have laid the case for Miss DeJohn and saying, okay, but they have not yet go through to say why he's not capable. That's interesting.
Apart from his CV, his tenure, how can a man who was technically Minister of Education, resign, go into campaign, talks about tech hubs and farming and all kind of things, which are useful, interesting things, and makes no right. He has not said yet, as far as I have heard, and I haven't read, he has not said yet what he did in education transformation, what he would like to resume, what he would like to do if he gets it back. The Prime Minister said, I think Friday night, Thursday night, that she will reappoint, she looks for a reappointment. So therefore, his track record as Minister of Education has not been called into question. Some blunders about the schools, the appointment of teachers, there have been a number of mishaps again in his school that he has not been called to account for. He was given a free-run education. I think he should be prosecuted on his tenure so far because he was due to taxpayers' money. And what he has not yet explain what he means by educational transformation. That can mean anything. What? How? How soon? When will it start? Nothing. And I think he's getting a free run at that. He should. And not only that, what does it mean to St. James schools? What would happen to the schools? You're talking about amalgamated. I think he has to be prosecuted in St. James about education matters as past and future minister, and more likely, and Minister of Education if he basically see. I don't think he should be allowed. I think so. I think that needs to be done too.
And I think the point I was making, though, is not even so much from the BLP standpoint. I think that the DLP in their speeches, one of the things you have to do is to be able to dress down the candidate, and peg them down. And that's something I was noting tonight, that we haven't heard it yet. I don't know what Mr. Thorne is going to come with and what the president is going to come with. But if they're listening, I think that is something that they can do to begin. In Jamaica, we say dress them down then. And so, yeah.
And Barbara said, we say take off their clothes.
Take off their clothes
or undress them. Undress them. Right. But I said that last Sunday, Marcia.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm not kidding. It is an obvious area of neglect in the debate that he's not being made to answer for it. Rather than talking about the past, he's talking about the future. You must have a past before you have a future.
Yeah. So I'm hoping from the DLP that they will begin to undress him and to show that Felicia will give better representation.
But with all due respect, Felicia has to do some of that undressing too. Their opponents, man for woman, head to head, toe to toe. That's how you should take her on. She's an educator, he's a educator. Let us lock horns at education in St. James North. That's what you do. Bring it home.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Anyhow.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Murray. And if you want, we're here. No. You can let me know when you gotta go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm probably gonna relax and listen to the rest of the meeting. I'll probably see if I hear anything from the BL people. I like to hear all the sides that I can too.
Yes, that's wonderful.
All
right. Well, thank you so much, sir.
It's been a pleasure.
Yes, God bless.
Good night. Good night.
Yes, bye. Yeah. All right, Dave, turn on.
Home and say that you cannot make a difference. You can. If you go to the polls and vote with your heart and vote with your conscience and vote for a better Barbados and to take us out of this hopelessness, you can make a difference. And that difference is voting for Felicia Dujon. The hopelessness goes on by every single legislation or new amendment that this administration has made. It falls through the cracks. In March or February, they passed the Social Empowerment Agency legislation, which is the amalgamation of a number of agencies: welfare, child care board, national assistance board, all of those agencies. When I contributed to debate on that social empowerment agency, one of the things that I asked, since it was bringing together all of these legacy agencies under one umbrella, I asked if the unions were consulted on it and what did the unions have to say. I was told in the reply by the leader of government business that yes, the unions were consulted on it. But then I found out later that not all the unions and all of the agencies were consulted, because some of those agencies are now going under consultation. Now, when you have amalgamation like this, and the reason why I asked if the unions were consulted, because it affects the terms and the conditions of the workers. And at every step, this Barbados Labour Party government, when they have done these amalgamations, the terms and the conditions of the workers have been affected. Transport board, the terms and the conditions affected, because they're now taking you from permanent employees and giving you contracts, short-term contracts. CBC, the same thing happened. They use it as a political witch hunt to cleanse CBC of anybody who dare to wear blue inside of there and bring back the ones who favor them. But at the end of the day, short-term contracts for them. They no longer have the same security of tenure. The Sports Council, they did the same thing. I happened to serve on the gymnasium board, and at that time I knew that we went about the process of merging the gymnasium, Comey, and the Sports Council together. So I could not understand what further cuts were needed at the Sports Council, because it was already trimmed and it was already fit for purpose. But you know what is happening now? Those persons are now under contract. They no longer have any job security. So for the persons with the social empowerment agencies, the child care board, the child care board, the national assistance board, the welfare department, and I want to hear the unions who represent those agencies make sure that when these agencies come into effect, that none of those workers lose their conditions and services which they were accustomed to. That is unfair to the workers of Barbados, and it is something that the Barbados Labour Party has been doing, and it has caused a season of hopelessness and doom and gloom to overshadow this country. But St. James North, you have an opportunity. You have a choice to make on the 21st of May. Do you want this season of gloom and doom to continue, or do you want to remove that rain cloud from over Barbados so that we can feel a period of hope and that we can have opportunities? Look, the nurses in this country feel as though they have no opportunity. They're encouraging them to upgrade from the associates to the bachelors, which would mean that they will have to go into further training, but they're not offering them an increment for it. They should do that. They should give them those opportunities. All of these are things that we need to talk about. You're not going to hear them on the Barbados Labour Party platform, but you're going to hear them on the Democratic Labour Party, because we have the interests of the people of Barbados at heart. Felicia Dujon has the interests of the people of Barbados at heart. She advocated for our students in the school. When they gave them that sex survey, it was Felicia Dujon who brought it to public knowledge and who advocated for it. When there was the child protection bill, it was Felicia Dujon who advocated and highlighted the necessary changes that should be in that child protection bill. So this is no novice. This is not someone who does not have a background of service. This is someone who is interested not in self, but the empowerment of people. And that is what this constituency needs. Because for the last 35 years, there was no empowerment. And under the Barbados Labour Party for the last 7 years, we feel as though we are going backward into slavery. And we are losing our voice. And we are losing our power. And that is why it is important that you come out on the 21st of May. Do not go to work first and say again, come back home and do it. The traffic is horrible. You might not get back here in time. Go before you go to work. Go before you go to school. Get up. Take your children and your grandchildren who are eligible to vote and take them with you to the polls and vote for Felicia Dujon. Vote for change, and that change will then spread across Barbados and give this entire country a season of hope that can imagine that Barbados can be better, but it will not get any better on the Barbados Labour Party, and who the candidate they're bringing will not do anything for you. Bring Felicia Dujon. Vote for her on the 21st of May and start that process of change. I thank you.
We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia, cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cause the living got we troubled and all the violence. Woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon.
This Wednesday, we have another 48 hours, correct? Before the polls are open. So it is this Wednesday coming, the 21st. Not much longer. We are in the week of the by-election. So come out and vote. Thank you, Mr. President, Andre Worrell, for such a clear, cogent delivery of the message to the people of St. James North tonight. Tonight we've been sending home a very clear message. We were not about emotions and feelings. We were actually giving you facts. The other side is about how you feel. It's about always how you feel and making you feel sweet. And you will go and vote because you feel a particular way. But we are making it clear and making you very sober tonight to let you know that this election is significant and that you have to come out and vote. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you a man that has been for the last year representing Barbados and the people of Barbados, the underprivileged, the underrepresented in the Parliament of Barbados. He selected 2 senators that had been added to the armamentarium of the Democratic Labour Party, and they are causing damage in the Senate by making sure that you understand what is happening and exposing the government. Tonight, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you a gentleman who will be the next Prime Minister of Barbados and will have next to him sitting Felicia Dujon. Ladies and gentlemen, make welcome Opposition Leader Mr. Ralph Thorne.
Voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia, cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with.
Good night to everyone. Good night. And thank you to the chairman. I've heard all of the speeches here tonight, and I think I'm going to be not quite as long as I normally am. And that is a promise I hope to keep. Now, I had thought of making a different speech tonight, but today in Barbados, Sunday, is turning out to be the kind of Sundays that we have had for a while in this country. You and I grew up in a Barbados, and we must be generational at times, because we must recognize that we have a responsibility as members of a particular generation not to speak with arrogance, not to speak with condescension, but to speak with the authority and the experience that that generation offers. And I know that when we are young people, we tend not to listen as much as we should do to older people. But I think that we must bring our generational experience to bear on public discourse, public speaking, and the content of public speaking. And we grew up in a Barbados in which Sunday was what I call the gentle hour. We got up on Sunday mornings, we did our chores, we went to church, we came back home, and depending on the mood of our parents, back to Sunday school again. We came back home, showers of blessing. It is Sunday after all. And depending on the mood of our mothers, we were back in church on Sunday night. And Sunday in Barbados really was what I call the gentle hour. And now we are living in a country in which Sunday is no longer the gentle hour. Sunday in Barbados has become the violent hour. And you can trace back over the past few months, weeks certainly, over the past year and over the past few years. And it seems that every Sunday morning now in Barbados is marked by violence. And that is a Barbados that we don't understand. Maybe it is a Barbados that the young people in this country understand. And we try to say to the young people that this is not the norm. This is not what they consider, what they call the new normal. That it is not in a country's interest to lose that gentle hour, to lose Sunday. And this morning, again, I understand there was a robbery at a store somewhere in St. Philip, and that a security guard was injured. And it really distresses us as Barbadians. It really distresses us who belong to this generation. And we're not old people, but we're not young people either. And we have to find a way in this country to take us not back, but to take this country forward and to recapture the Barbados that we knew. While going forward, while developing, we must find a way to recapture that Barbados that I suspect we're losing. And I come to this task tonight remembering two words of the national anthem. You've heard the national anthem quite often, so I'm not going to say anything new. In fact, I am not going to say anything tonight that you have not heard before, but some things are worthy of repetition. And the two words from the two lines from the national anthem: strict guardians of our heritage, firm craftsmen of our faith. Strict guardians of our heritage, firm craftsmen of our faith. And a heritage is something that you inherit. You inherit from a past generation. It is like a house. You inherit a house from your parent. Or you inherit a valuable item. It may be a piece of gold, a piece of jewelry. It may be a piece of furniture. And you tend not to part with an inheritance. You don't sell it. It is cherished. It is treasured. And when I began here this evening, I referred to a peaceful Barbados that we knew. I referred to the peace on Sundays. I referred to Sunday as the gentle hour. And that gentle hour has been a part of our inheritance. We received that from our parents. And our parents received that from our grandparents. And it is our responsibility as new parents to receive that inheritance and to pass it on to our children. So our time is here, and our time is now, and our time has come. And we must ask ourselves as parents, as politicians even, what are we going to do with this inheritance? That inheritance of peace. It is our responsibility to save it and to cherish it and to pass it on to our children. But tonight in Barbados, this Sunday night, follows a Sunday morning that has done damage to that inheritance, to that heritage. We've lost our peace. This country has lost its peace. And in losing its peace, in the words of the national anthem, can we now be strict guardians of that heritage? And if we are to be strict guardians of that heritage, can we take it and polish it like a piece of furniture, a piece of jewelry, and pass it on to our children? But where is that heritage tonight? Have we lost it? Have we, as Barbadians of this generation, lost it? Tonight I want to speak to you on the guardians. And I want to ask you the question, who will guard the guardians? Because I want to say to you tonight that as parents, we are guardians. But the chief guardians in this country, the chief guardians in your country, is the government. The entity that enjoys the most power, the sovereign power. I spoke of this the other night. Sovereign power involves that right and that capacity to order all affairs in a country. It's called sovereignty. And don't let the government ever tell you that they don't have responsibility for keeping the peace. They do have a responsibility, as Richard Seeley explained to you last night, for keeping the peace, for preventing crime. And it is in that sense that the government becomes our guardians. The government becomes the guardian of this country. The government becomes the guardian of all people in this country, including the young people. But we've reached a stage in this country in which we now find ourselves having to guard the guardians, because the guardians have lost their sense of responsibility. And I relate that to the problem of crime in this country. The guardians are not behaving like guardians. And this Democratic Labour Party must now accept the responsibility to guard the guardians. And as I've said to you, what is at stake here is that heritage of peace. I repeat, Sunday mornings used to be the gentle hour. We seem now to take it for granted that something violent will happen during that gentle hour, so it is no longer gentle hour. And the government seems unwilling. The government seems not only unwilling but unable to accept the responsibility of guardian of that heritage of peace that used to exist in Barbados. There's a sense in which, with all of its power, a government shapes the culture. And the culture is that way of life, the totality of life, the way in which we live, the way we eat, the way we dance, the way we sing, the way we relate to each other, the kind of foods we eat, all of that is culture. The way we generally interact with each other. Do we interact with each other violently, or do we interact with each other peacefully? This country has been a peaceful country. And at the heart of the culture of this country has been peace. Peaceful exchanges. You used to be able to send your children down the street and around the corner to the shop. And you never worried about whether they would return. You never worried that a stray bullet would hit them. You never worried that somebody would plunge a knife into their chest, as we saw on our telephone screens a few weeks ago. We took all these things for granted. And have we lost that peace? But there's a sense in which the government helps to shape the culture. The government has a responsibility. And can we say tonight that the government is meeting its responsibility in shaping a culture which will defend and protect the peace that is so needed in this country? I like to refer to that thing I call the moral ballast. Those institutions that give weight, that give stability to this society. And we know that when we were growing up, those institutions that gave stability to this society was the home. And then the values taught in the home extended to the village. And young children, I'm telling you things that you know, but we need to pass these messages on. And we need to pass these messages on to our children. And the village was an extension of the household. And children had to respect not only their parents and grandparents, but children had to respect the elder people in the village. And that was an institution that created social stability and peace in this country. And extending beyond the home and the village was the school, because all children had to find a way into school. And the school then acted as one of the institutions that made this society stable. And then on Sundays, and I began by referring to Sunday, Sunday was that gentle hour. And the majority of parents in Barbados always try to ensure that their children not only had a home life, a village life, a school life, but they fortified the lives of their children with attendance at church, because religious values were important. And they were taught the virtues of generosity and love and sharing with their friends and caring for their friends. And so we had an entire society that was stable, that the institutions provided stability. And where are the guardians tonight in Barbados? Where is the guardian called the government in this country tonight? Where are they? Where is your government in relation to the home? Where are they? Because we cannot say that this Barbados Labour Party is treating families well. They're not treating families well. We are living in a country in which families are finding it extremely difficult to survive. And they're finding it, I beg your pardon, extremely difficult to survive because the government seems uninterested in fixing the cost of living. And while they're refusing to fix the cost of living, the high cost of living, they're living high. So that there's an indifference on the part of this government to the struggle of people. While we are spending through our noses, the government is spending our taxes in foreign capitals. Every week, a minister is out of this country. So family life is being hurt directly by the policies of this government. We are finding our villages destroyed by a government that refuses to fix the issue of crime. And I'm going to say here tonight, I'm going to speak about the government's relationship with the criminal element in this Barbados. I have said it before. It has been said before from this platform, and it is a message that we need to repeat because the people in Barbados need to understand that government is a problem insofar as crime is concerned. Government remains a problem because it is refusing to confront the issue of crime in this country. The schools. We have a Ministry of Education that is destroying education in this country. Again, the government. So that the activities of the government not only disrupt the home, the village, but the schools. Somebody must take responsibility for the violent behavior among our children in the schools. What is this government going to say? Is this government going to come and tell you tonight that they have no responsibility for what is going on in the schools? The schools are run by the government. The government is directly participant in the running of the schools of this country. And the government seems to find itself unable or unwilling to deal with the problem of violence in the schools. Who is to fix it? It is not the responsibility of the teachers and the principals alone to deal with the issue of violence. Teachers go there to teach. Of course, teachers go there to impart values. But when children are bringing knives to school, when children are selling drugs in school, it means that some agency, and I say the government is breaching its responsibility to promote stability within the educational system so that every institution that formed the ballast, that every institution that promoted social stability, the government is in retreat. The government is withdrawing itself from participation in promoting the stability of these institutions. I say to you tonight that government is delinquent in terms of its responsibility to this country. But crime, let us deal with crime. And you heard your Prime Minister a few weeks ago try to locate crime among mothers. That's what the Prime Minister said, that she is blaming crime in the home on mothers who are refusing to supervise their children. That's a shame, you know. And we have a problem of guns in this country. And I told you tonight that I'm not going to say anything that I haven't said before, but you need to be reminded. One of the main problems in this country is the gun problem. The gun problem. No guns are manufactured in the homes. But it suits the Prime Minister to come and to say to you that the home is the locus of crime in this country, when everybody knows that the guns are manufactured outside and they're coming in, they don't pass through the home. They pass through certain places. And it is the responsibility of the government to stop the passage of guns into this country. But what the Prime Minister does, the Prime Minister engages in distraction and diversion. Silly words. Guns don't walk and guns don't talk. And then the silly phraseology that came before that, not about hay. You know, all kinds of foolishness. Rather than engage the citizenry of this country in intelligent discussion to convince the citizens of this country that this government is making efforts to resolve crime, to resolve the proliferation of guns in this country, the Prime Minister engages in distraction, diversion. She distracts away from the main issue, and I ask you why. And I know that the citizens of this country know why the Prime Minister feels that it is in her interest to avoid the issue of crime. We know why. And we must not be afraid to say why. And it is the responsibility of this Democratic Labour Party to bring these issues to you and to say why. And to say to you that clearly there's a relationship between this government and the criminal elements. A year ago, it was probably defamatory to say that, because they would say to us that we can't prove it. Well, the government has assisted us in proving it by having an open and direct relationship with criminal elements under something called a peace program. And you would have picked up your Sunday Sun today and read that a minister in this country says that he is going to deal with the peace program differently, and that it is to be headed by a certain gentleman whose name I'm not going to call. But this government is engaging itself on the issue of crime. But that is not the only way in which this government is engaging itself on the issue of crime. We need to say these things, and we need to remind the people of Barbados, and we need to remind this government that we have good memories too. We need to remind this government of a Good Friday a few years ago. And we need to keep this ringing in the ears of the people of Barbados. We need to remind the people of Barbados that on Good Friday a few years ago, a certain telephone call was made. We need to remind the people of Barbados about that telephone call. And we need to remind the people of the consequences of that telephone call. We need to remind the people of Barbados that that exposed the relationship between certain elements and certain officials in government. That is what we need to do. We must have the courage to tell the truth. And we must be able to speak this truth to power, even when that power is unjust. And this government is wielding unjust power against the citizens of this country. This government has found itself in a relationship with elements in Barbados who are adverse to the interests of peace-loving people. And that is why we don't have peaceful Sunday mornings anymore. And added to the violence in Barbados is this government's further participation in other cultural aspects of this country. This is a government that allowed Vibes Cartel to come here. This is a government that allowed Vibes Cartel to come here on a sacred Easter Sunday to disrupt religious culture in this country, and politicians must have the courage to say that. Even if it is an unpopular message among young people, we must pursue this, not for the sake of popularity, but for the sake of principle. And it is only principle that will save the future of this country. Let us have the courage to speak the truth. And what is happening in Trinidad? The same gentleman goes to Trinidad. And what happens in Trinidad? He is restricted. He is restricted. But because we are around here, and when I say we, I mean the government, and anybody who is afraid to speak in criticism of this government must now be seen as being complicit with the government. And we choose to depart from this government in our responsibility as an opposition party, in our responsibility to oppose wrongdoing and to defend right. And Trinidad restricted him. And this government did not have the courage to do it. But is it a question of courage, or is it a question of complicity? And complicity is when you join with somebody willingly and give condonation and support to what they're doing. Vibes Cartel had, presumably, the support of the government when he came here on a Easter. We must consider that he had the support of the government. And so we have, this government has created an entire culture of entertainment. An entire culture of entertainment that is undermining our social values, that is undermining our norms, that is undermining the peace in this country. And there's nothing wrong with entertainment, because we grew up in a time, we used to go across, crop over used to be a marvelous time in this country. The 70s and the 80s, when Calypso Calypso was the voice of protest. Calypso was the season when the citizens spoke. Calypso was the season when the citizens spoke to the government in protest. Whichever government it was, B or D, the Calypsonians used to speak to the government and speak the truth. The Calypsonians acted as the opposition in this country, and they used to change governments. When governments became unjust, Calypsonians used to change governments because Calypso was the location of truth and Calypso was the location of protest. This government has destroyed Calypso in this country. This government has taken protest, the element of protest, out of Calypso. And what has Calypso become? What has Calypso become? When you have a government that offers money to Calypsonians in exchange for the Calypsonians having to go to the National Cultural Foundation and submit their lyrics for scrutiny. That is what is happening in Barbados. Calypsonians must now write their songs and submit them to the National Cultural Foundation so that the National Cultural Foundation can scrutinize those lyrics in exchange for money. And that is a kind of censorship that one associates with Nazi Germany. That is a kind of censorship that one associates with a fascist government. And that is another demonstration of the way in which the government is destroying the culture of this country for its own preservation, for its own oppressive survival. This is not a good government. You don't have a good government in this country tonight. Every aspect of our culture, this government is destroying. And when any cultural or artistic group in this country becomes a voice of protest, government seeks to destroy it. And I'm going to come here tonight and I'm going to pause and I'm going to refer to the group called Praise Academy of Dance, that we must never allow this government to forget what it did to Praise Academy of Dance, a group that exercises its right to freedom of expression under the Constitution. All citizens have the right to freely express themselves. All citizens have the right to the freedom of conscience, the freedom to express their religious values and their religious affiliations. And I understand that Praise Academy of Dance exercised that right to freedom of expression, and they associated themselves with certain religious values, and your National Cultural Foundation disqualified them from a national competition, because what they were saying, although they had the right to say it, they were not promoting criminality. They were not taking telephone calls from gang leaders. They were not bringing in guns. They were not putting money into effects and causing the most lewd behavior ever. They were doing something wholesome. But this government does not like wholesomeness. This government does not like righteousness. This government, I must say, I don't know how else, what other word I can use to describe them. But I want to say to this government that the banning of Praise Academy of Dance must never be forgotten, because it is a tragic moment. It is a shameful moment in the life of this country when a small group of young people lost the right to freely express themselves and to express their religious values. But you know why this is happening? Because the government has abandoned the Constitution. And we have asked praying. Well, let us not judge. But a few hours later, she was up at Elaro Court doing the same thing that the children were doing. And that is what I mean when I say that a government helps to shape a culture. And this government is shaping a culture of lewdness, of human degradation, vulgarity, yes, Derek, of vulgarity. That is what this government is doing. And this government that ought to be supporting wholesome artistic groups, this government that ought to be helping the churches in this country financially, this government is helping persons, promoters, and criminals financially. And then can we be surprised that our society is losing its way? Can we be surprised that our society is losing its ballast? Can we be surprised that our society is losing its stability? That is why this country is the way it is tonight. And we blame the government for much of what is going on in this country. We must never get used to a violent Barbados. We did not grow up in a violent Barbados. And if it falls to the Democratic Labour Party to ensure that this country is returned to peace, then so be it. It will not be easy. It will not be easy, but we have to try to do it. And so, how are we going to achieve this? We have sent a candidate up here whose message is clear and distinct from that of the other. The other comes, and the other party, they come and they talk about money and power and size and wealth and intimidation and violence. And they can take over this place. And if you cannot be a part of that culture of dominance and power and suppression and oppression, if you cannot be a part of that culture, they say to you, go home. Go home. They're plastering the country red. That's what they say. They're painting the country red. And they've done it quite literally. They've gone into all the parks and painted the benches red. Take them very seriously, because they seriously mean to destroy this country. And if they must destroy this country for the sake of their dominance, they will do it. And they are doing it, because this government does not have the moral authority to run a good and stable society. A good and stable society will make this government irrelevant. And this government will remain relevant only when it has an unstable society, only when it has a violent society. And that is why this government will support criminality in this country. This government under Mia Motley cannot live peacefully. This government needs to dominate the lives of people. And so you would figure that they would make laws, as the Constitution says, for the peace, order, and good government of this country. And the Barbados Labour Party has not been making laws for the peace, order, and good government of this country. And I've said it before on Sion Hill. I came here tonight to say it to you, that the government passed a bail act. And when it was supposed to be a bail act that was supposed to stop men from killing and going in prison and coming out and killing again, they did not do it. They did not do it. And you must ask why this government appears to be soft on crime. But I want to tell you something else. We have some people around here who call themselves analysts. They call themselves analysts. I beg your pardon. Every little thing that happens in this Democratic Labour Party, some person may decide he or she wants to be elsewhere. And they have the right and the freedom to do that. And there's such deep fractures within this government that go without commentary from these people who call themselves analysts and scientists. And there's something that happened in Barbados a few weeks ago. I am talking about this government's unwillingness and perhaps this government's inability to join all the members of parliament together on the government side and to pass laws. There is now such a deep fracture in the government, and the analysts are ignoring it as if it does not exist. And I'm going to call the names, and I'm going to explain to you the legal and political and constitutional significance of what Nero said a few days ago. That Nero leaves a court having been acquitted of a rape charge. And he comes onto the court steps and he calls the name of a colleague. And he said he was disappointed that his colleague, not a cricket colleague or a dominoes colleague, a parliamentary colleague. And he calls his name and he says he lied on oath in court. That is what he said. And then he went on to say that he was set up. Sion Hill, do you understand tonight the significance of what Nero said? Do you understand that Nero is pointing to his government? And Nero is saying that a parliamentary colleague lied under oath in court? And do you understand that in Britain or the United States or any other civilized country, even in the Caribbean, in this Caribbean, that minister, that Abrams would have been called in by the Prime Minister and asked to explain himself, because governmental office is based on trust. It is based on trust. And if a parliamentary colleague says that a man has lied on oath, that undermines the trust that the public ought to have in him. But this country has gone along. The Prime Minister hasn't said a word. And the analysts have not said a word. And they expect that this Democratic Labour Party will remain silent on it. And if somebody comes into the DLP and walks out through the door sucking their teeth, that is front page. But Nero did not suck his teeth. Nero came out and said that Abrams is a liar. And he came out and said that Abrams lied under oath. And Abrams is sitting in the cabinet tonight. And tomorrow he will sit in the cabinet. And has his Prime Minister called him in to ask him to give account, not for gossip, but to give account for his behavior in an arm of the state, to give account for what he did in court. And I don't want to go into it in too much detail, but it is a public matter. And it is a public matter about which you ought to know. And I'm saying to you that Nero was charged at the end of 1 year. At the end of 1 year, whether it was, I think it was within the last quarter of the year, either October, November, December. That's when he was charged. And he appeared in court. He appeared in the magistrate's court. Now, as you know, I represented him and I can't disclose professional confidences. But these are matters of public concern and public knowledge. Public concern and public knowledge, and you have a right to know. Because cases, criminal cases, must be conducted in public. Under the Constitution, you cannot do a criminal case in private unless it undermines the dignity of a child, for example. So criminal cases must be done in public. And it is done in public because there's always a greater guarantee that justice will be done when it is done in public. And so what I'm telling you is a matter of public knowledge. And I am reminding you that Roe was charged in the last third of a year. This has nothing to do with any private confidential exchange. This is public knowledge. And I'm reminding you of what the public knows. That Roe was charged, I don't remember the year, 21, 22, I don't remember. But he went to the magistrate's court and made appearances. And after he made 1 or 2 appearances, I think it was 1, maybe 2, Abrams went to the police station and gave a statement against Roe. Y'all didn't know that? You did not know that, Sion Hill? Well, you're hearing tonight. Because in any democracy, there must be this exchange of information, especially when this information is pertinent. Especially when this information is pertinent to people who serve in public office. You must be able to trust your public officials. You must be able to trust people who sit in responsible and high office. And I'm saying to you that Abrams went to a police station and gave a statement after Roe was charged and after Roe appeared in court. You may ask why. But in that statement, he spoke against Roe. And then when the case came to the High Court, he went and gave evidence against Roe based on that statement. And when Roe was acquitted, Roe said that Abrams lied on him. But what I want you to understand is that after the lady had given her statement and the witnesses had given their statements, Abrams went and gave his statement after the case has started. Most unusual. Most unusual. Because most prosecutors will not prosecute until they have all of their evidence together. And when they have collected all of their evidence, they then charge the person. But he was charged. And after he was charged, Abrams went in and gave his statement. This is public knowledge. This is no secret. This is public knowledge. That case was tried in public, and there are aspects of this case on which you, as members of the public, are entitled to comment. And I, like Roe, I have the right to comment. And I am giving you information that you need to know, not because you're being mischievous, but because it pertains to a public official, a man who has been entrusted with public office, a man who has been entrusted with ministerial office, who behaves like this. And the analysts don't say a word. This undermines government. This undermines the proper functioning of government. When a man, a parliamentary colleague, has described another colleague as a liar, and not only has he described him as a liar, he has described him as a liar under oath. He has said to you that he came to court and lied on him. This is a matter of public interest and public concern. And the Prime Minister, has she called him in? Has she called him in to ask him if what Roe is saying is true? Not a word. Not a word. And as I said, and I repeat, if a man walks out of the Democratic Labour Party headquarters and says he's going elsewhere, front page. Front page. And these people are entrusted with the responsibility of running a government. You heard the word I use, entrusted. Can you trust in these circumstances? Must this man not be called to give account for Roe's statement? He must be. And more than that, when I listened to the Caribbean news on the day that Roe was acquitted, not the Barbados news, the Caribbean news, one of the Caribbean entities that carry news across the Caribbean, they say that they reminded us that Roe was removed from the office of Deputy Speaker because this trial was pending. He was fired. He was taken down from that office, pending the outcome of the case. And he stood on the court steps and said, well, as to the office of Deputy Speaker, he will discuss that with the Prime Minister. This country waits to hear what will happen. This country is waiting to hear what will happen. This country is waiting to hear what will happen to Abrams. And this country is waiting to hear what will happen with the office of Deputy Speaker. Because this speaks profoundly as to instability in government. This speaks as to dysfunction in government. This speaks as to a breach of the responsibility that these persons hold to ensure that the public will trust them. How can you trust these people when two parliamentarians sitting within a few feet of each other must now be living as enemies? And they say that this is good and stable government. They say that they don't wash the dirty linen in public. That's what they tell you. And that is why certain people in this country will want to prevent us from discussing this because they're trying to make you forget it. And public, Sion Hill, I don't want you to forget it. I don't want you to forget that a man who has sat in Parliament has said that he was set up on a rape charge. You know what he is saying? You know what he is saying? He is saying that evidence was fabricated against him. That is what he is saying. And I am not saying who he's saying fabricated it. I am not saying who he said set him up. But I will tell you this. I will tell you this. You heard me say last night that I have stopped going to the lunchroom in Parliament. You heard me say that. And the only time I made an exception is during the estimates when my team was there with me, the opposition office, and our supporters, and I felt safe to go into that lunchroom. And I said it last night, and I mean it. I'm not joking when I say it. I am not visiting a lunchroom and eating with those people. And I said I'm not doing it because I asked the good Lord to give me a few more days around here on this earth. I don't know how many I have. I don't know how many I have. But if people setting up people on rape charges, I'm serious. If people setting up people on rape charges, nobody is setting me up with a plate of rice. Nobody is setting me up with a plate of rice that got anything in it, and I'm not accusing anybody of anything. But the same way Roe has invited Barbadians to distrust certain people, the same way Roe has invited the Barbadian public to find that Abrams lied on him, and the same way Roe has told the public that a charge was fabricated against him, who am I? Why must I not apprehend that I am exposed to danger as well? Roe said he was exposed to danger. And Roe, in the aftermath of his acquittal, exposed that danger, exposed the apprehension he had as to why he was in the court. And those are serious words. Those are dangerous words. He was set up. Well, you can set up a man on a rape charge, or you can set up a man to lose his life. It's as serious as that, Sion Hill. It is as serious as that. Roe is no anonymous man from a gap somewhere in the middle of Barbados. Roe is a parliamentarian. And I want to repeat this. I want this to sink into Barbados. That Roe has said that a colleague lied on him under oath. I've repeated it several times because I want you to understand the significance of it. I want you to understand what Roe's comment has said about government in this country. And I want the media, and I want the commentators in the media to take some time away from the gossip columns. This is no matter of gossip. This is a matter that seriously undermines the legitimacy and the authority of government in this country. This is a matter that exposes the moral authority of this government to govern this country. That if Abrams can continue in office with the accusations made by Roe, something must be wrong. You must be very kind and gentle people. The media must be very indifferent. The media must be sleeping. Thank you, ma'am. The media must have decided to go to sleep while this is happening. While this is happening. And I repeat, not only did he call Abrams' name, but the most dangerous part of that statement, he was set up. He was set up. Sion Hill, tonight, you know what set up means? Set up on a rape charge. Set up to get 10 or 15 years in prison. Set up to lose your freedom. So if a man is going to be set up to lose his freedom, it's not another man being set up to lose his life. No joke. No joke, Sion Hill. And I want to tell you, this is the kind of government you have. This is the kind of government you have. You see, Roe clearly. I suspect that Roe clearly did not understand the significance of what he was saying. But here was a man rejoicing with an acquittal. Here was a man rejoicing in his newfound freedom Because there's a sense in which a man is imprisoned when he's charged, even if he's not in prison. The circumstances, psychologically, he's in prison. And here's a man having found new freedom. And he unburdened himself. And he did not do it hypocritically. He spoke his mind. And I'm going to repeat. He called the name and said he lied. And after calling the name, he said, I was set up. Ladies and gentlemen, Sion Hill, St. James North, I repeat, to whom was Roe referring? To whom was Roe referring? Who is it in Barbados? I am not going to isolate it. Who is it in Barbados that is capable of setting up people on criminal charges to lose their freedom? Who is it in Barbados that is setting up people to be put in prison? Who is it that is setting up people to have the stain of a criminal record? You know how serious that is? Set up. And we going along through this campaign as if life is fine and dandy. And when I began this speech, I talked about the gentle hour that we have lost. I talked about the violent Sunday mornings. I talked about a Barbados that does not resemble the Barbados of 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago. That is what I spoke about. And if you are in any doubt, that there are nefarious characters in this country promoting instability within the social and political life of this country, if you are in any doubt, the statement that Roe made must have erased that doubt. I don't think he was mad. I don't think he pleaded insanity before the court. But I want to remind you, and I'm going to say it over and over, who set Roe up. Sion Hill, when you go into the booth next week, ask yourselves that question. Crime is a major problem in this country. Next Wednesday, yes. This week, yes. Yes, of course, I beg your pardon. I was thinking Saturday. When you go into the poll this week on Wednesday, ask yourselves whether there is some nefarious character or some group of nefarious characters who are walking around this country setting up people on rape charges. Ask yourselves. And when people tell you that you are living in dangerous times, that you are living in times in which your freedom is at risk, that you are living in times in which I say tonight that you can lose your life, that you have to be now so careful. So when I tell you that I don't go into certain places on the premises of Parliament, believe me, I know what I have experienced over the last year. I know what I have experienced since February 2024. And I know that I don't regret what I did in February 2024. I do not regret it. And after Roe uttered his statement, I have even less reason to regret it. I repeat, I don't know who is setting me up. But I am asking God for a few more hours, a few more days, a few more months, a few more years. Nobody has a guarantee in longevity. Nobody has that guarantee. But I want a little more time, Lord. I want a little more time. And my associations on those premises of Parliament, my association with those people will be limited. I told you last night, and I tell you again, I have serious apprehensions about my safety around there. And I told you the story of how one came to Oystins reaching out to shake my hand, and I refused it. I am taking them as serious as a heart attack. That is how seriously I'm taking them. And I go back to Roe. After Roe made his statement, must I joke with them? Must I trifle with them? Must I treat them as friends? Because they want to set me up and make the public believe that apart from the parliamentary contests, apart from my opposition to them, that, oh, it is all friendship. And what we do in there is theater. And we just making sport. It is not sport. They are oppressing the people of Barbados. They are seriously oppressing the people of Barbados. And mine is the lone voice in there against the government's habit of oppressing people in Barbados. And I know they don't like it. I know they don't like it. And I know that they don't like my presence in there on that side. And that is why they're so vicious. And as I said last night, and I repeat again tonight, that is why Colin Jordan called me what he called me. And every week that I go in there, the same Wilfred Abrams, one insult after another, I get up to speak, he pongs the desk. You know how childish this man is? I wish the cameras used to focus on all of them, a panoramic view. I wish it did. And then they would expect to come out of there with the public having seen that hostility, that violence, that animosity, that antipathy towards me, and them to come out and shake their hand, them to go to Oystins and shake his hand and say, oh, what happens? And there's nothing. And the public will look on and say, well, all one is friends. And when they're not serious. Well, as opposition leader, I pursue this job seriously. I am taking it very, very seriously. And particularly in relation, I don't mind saying it, in particularly in relation to Wilfred Abrams, I will not be taking any chances with that man. I will not be taking any chances with that man. And I have a few more to name, and I'm going to name them in installments, because your parliament has become a dangerous place. Your parliament has become a dangerous place. And I want to alert young Felicia early o'clock that she must come. That she must come. But I want to alert her early as to where this parliament is and what parliament under these people is all about. They have abused parliament. They have dragged parliament down to the level that has never been seen before. They have done that. So they're a set-up parliament. They're a lying parliament. Whatever they are, if they set up people, if they come down to Trent's and set us up, bring CBC to take pictures of us, shaking hands with them. I'm sorry I wasn't there. Shaking hands with them to convey to the public that this is all a game. This is all a ritual. I say to Sir Hill tonight, the Barbados Labour Party is seriously set against the best interests of the people of this country. And that is why crime will get no better. That is why crime will get no better under this Barbados Labour Party. This Labour Party, this Barbados Labour Party has lost the moral right. It has lost the willingness. It has lost the fortitude that it may well have had to resolve the issue of crime in this country. And that is why your Prime Minister has not made an intelligent statement in relation to crime. And that is why you will hear one-liners about not about hey, and guns don't walk and guns don't talk. And you ask her what that means, and it means nothing. What it means is that this government will not bring solutions to the problem of crime in this country. What it means is that this government is failing and refusing and neglecting to bring serious solution to the problem of crime in this country. And I'm not going to say what I could say. I will ask you the question. Why? 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 Why is this government failing, refusing, and neglecting to bring solutions, to bring legislation to Parliament? Why? Why is this government refusing to implement social policy that will seriously confront the issue of crime? Why does this government believe that a football competition paying the young footballers $75 per match will solve the problem of crime in this country? Why does the government believe that? And as I said last night, This government is refusing to properly spend the taxpayers' money to promote social programs that are likely to confront the issue of crime. But this government takes up $2 million and gives to a tax consultant. This government takes up $2 million and gives to a government official to sponsor a program for at-risk children, and not one result is achieved. They've taken the peace program to Kurt Humphrey's ministry. Put your bets on it. Put your bets on it. Nothing will result from the nonsense that this government will do. This government is severely fractured. We've lost our trust in this government. This government has lost the right to be called the guardian of our heritage. The Democratic Labour Party must become the guardian, the new guardian. The new guardian. And I say that I'm asking the people in Sion Hill to elect Felicia Dujon to become, in the first instance, a guardian guarding this immoral government. And that will not be the ultimate objective. We want first to be an even stronger opposition. And we don't plan to spend eternity in opposition. Because if and when the people of Sion Hill do what we expect that they would do in the face of this poor government, we expect to be a stronger opposition, and then we further expect to be a stronger government. And that is the objective. That is the objective tonight, Sion Hill. So I want you to embrace this outstanding young lady. I understand that many of you have embraced her. I will say something in closing, and it is this, that I knew Raul Eastman personally, and I understand that Sion Hill had some affection for him. That's the truth. I understand that Sion Hill had much affection for Raul Eastman. Where's Raul Eastman tonight? Where's Raul Eastman tonight? Raul Eastman has become a victim of the Barbados Labour Party. The Barbados Labour Party never treated Raul Eastman with any respect, and I know what I'm talking about. Never treated Raul Eastman with any respect. And they walk around blaming Raul for the problems that Raul may have. But even when Raul was in better health, they did not treat him with any respect. And they embraced this young man. And I got a call from a resident of this St. James North earlier today. And they're telephoning the people in St. James North and telling them, asking them if they're going to vote for the young man that's coming here. And the person said, no, is he going to be like Hinkson? They called a resident and asked him to vote for the gentleman. I don't call his name. And the man said no. And the man asked them, but is he going to be anything like Hinkson? You know what they say? They say, no, he's going to be nothing like Hinkson. So even they are willing to dismiss Hinkson. After 11, 12 years, they are dismissing Hinkson. And they're asking you to embrace this man who is coming. Where is Hinkson tonight? Begging to be made a diplomat. Walked across this constituency. Well, not walked across, walked around it. For 12 years. Did nothing. Did absolutely nothing. Did as little as he was able to do. And he is now begging me, Motley, to make him an ambassador. 12 years. 12 years of loitering on Parliament with a big fat salary as a minister at some point in time. Did nothing. And he is now begging to be made an ambassador. So that the people of Sion Hill have served as a stepping stone for Hinkson. That is what Sion Hill has done for Hinkson. Hinkson has walked across your back. Hinkson walked into Parliament on your backs. Hinkson has left Parliament. And on your back, he now wants to be catapulted into diplomatic office. And this young man that is coming to replace him is much the same. It is an ego trip. Is Sion Hill a landscape for ego trips? I say no. Reject him. Reject him as much as you must and should have and ought to have rejected Hinkson. But I pause and say, Raul, wherever you are tonight, I wish you well. And I wish that the Barbados Labour Party had treated you better. But I know Felicia Dujon will treat this constituency well. And Felicia Dujon will treat this constituency a lot better than this Barbados Labour Party treated Raul Eastman. Raul Eastman, rest well, my brother. Rest well. Rest well. And I don't want to keep you here for the rest of the night. Please come out on Wednesday. Please come out early. This election is too important an election to miss. This is an election in which you cannot afford not to vote. As Dr. Wickham told you, not to vote is a vote for them. If you have oppressive government, you must vote against them. You cannot stay at home when you have oppressive government, because the Red Army will come out, and the army that is interested in peace and justice and truth and honesty in public life will suffer. Please come out on Wednesday, but please get home safely tonight. God bless you and have a good night.
We voting Felicia, cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Vote for a brighter tomorrow. Let me make it clear. It is morals over money any day of the year. A competent visionary with mission-driven quality. Forget the old talk around. Dujon bring it through her presentation. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon.